Ahem. Hello, everybody. What is going on? It is me. I've decided to play GFL again because the event is in 3 parts. Part 1.5 and part 2. Part 2 opens in 4 days. But I don't know how long these are gonna take. I guess I could look it up. I guess I should have just looked it up. The internet's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Oh! I wasn't familiar with your game. 6 hours, huh? 6 hours, huh? Just for part 1. Huh. Wait, I gotta know, is this a playthrough or is this just a story? Okay, this is a playthrough. So in reality, we got, okay, what? 22-minute mark to the... Okay, so it's 5 hours, almost exactly 5. Hey, Desco, how's it going? Was not expecting to see you live. Yeah, I can go live earlier on the weekends. Anyway. Could get all this stuff, huh? But yeah, that's what we're going to be playing today. Yeah, my voice is going to be shot after this because, lo and behold, ye humble voice actor over here is going to do a bunch of woman voices. Which, surprise, surprise, he's not very good at. But yeah. I have been farming all this stuff. I haven't redeemed it yet. They need to do like a purchase all thing. That would make this so much more convenient. But as far as I know, there's a cute little mini game that I want to try out. I want to see. Okay. I also did pull for Alva. I got Alva. Because I was expecting to not play until her banner ended in 4 days, but I also wanted to pull for Leva because I don't have Leva, so. But alas, I doubt anything will happen. Yeah. Oh, I can afford another one. Oh! Shoot. Let me cook, hold on. Groza. Okay. Sorry, I was taking off my sweatshirt. Boom. 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 I always talk over their voices, so I don't... Yes! Dubs. Dubs. Absolute W. Absolute W. Get out of here, Vepley. Get your annoying it. Wait. Fuck. Fuck. Wait, I blundered so hard. No, I blundered! I was supposed to pull for Lena! Oh, no! I blundered! Oh, I threw! I forgot which one I had! Oh, balls! Is her S1 actually good? No! No! No, not the E1 blunder! No! 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 Fucking blundered! I'm so stupid! No! Damn. Fuck. Balls. Kill me. Oh, I feel very stupid. Oh, and she doesn't even need it. Oh. Great impression of a wolf seeing the full moon. Shut up! Don't laugh at my misery. Mock me! I died that day! What's that quote? Hold on. Hold on, what is that? I know that quote by heart, but I'm blanking. Oh, mock me once, never again! I died that day! You mocked me once, never do it again! I died that day! Princess Bride was made in 1987? What? No. Or is that a previous movie? No, I think that's a previous. Come on, no, I can't. No, this can't be. No, this can't be. There's no way. It was 1987. There's no way. No, this can't be. Okay, anyway. That's how I cope with my pain, my suffering, my idiocracy of pulling for the wrong freaking character. Oh, I'm actually gonna Minecraft. I'm gonna Minecraft myself. Oh my gosh. This is tragic. This is tragic. This is beyond tragic. Oh, goodness. I might die. I might perish, actually. I might perish. I might perish. I don't know that I can cope with this grief. I've been doing some farming for Springfield's weapons, so... Oh my gosh, that's so sad. I'm gonna cry. Whatever. Mock me once, never again. I died that day. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll stop whining. Actually, no, I don't know that I'll stop whining. It's too sad. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful for gracious skies and whatever that oh, America song is. What the freak? Ugh. Swallowed my own spit there. That was weird. Nice. Okay. Crit rate, health, and health. Crit rate, health, health. That's what we're looking for. Tell me if I'm an idiot and scroll past it. There we go. Oh, I actually, my heart aches with sorrow. Damn, is this what Jesus felt like when he atoned for the world's sins? He felt this. He felt this. Dang. Chat, imagine feeling this 1,000 times over. Jesus really is built different. He felt the pity of our gotcha luck. His sacrifice was indeed in vain, though, because my gotcha luck still sucks ass. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. I'll equip this for now. No, never mind. I don't want to equip it if it's already on something. Or did I? I did. There we go. Now Springfield, Illinois has been upgraded. There we go. This is so tragic. About as tragic as that time that one woman said my dog stepped on a bee. Okay. Oh, one upgrade. Anyway, we'll stop with that. I've coped with my sorrow of my idiocracy. Yeah, that's so sad. Hit that like button. So yeah, this is like a mini game where we... Sabrina. Can the an outfit for the commander? Yo! Yo! What is this? Do I gotta punch people? Boom! Oh. Got him. Why am I... What the fuck? What the fuck? What the heck? What is this? What the... No, I wanted that skin, but I don't... I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. I need to trust to talk to a trusted adult in Springfield. That was... I thought it was gonna be like, you know, that, like, Wii Sports... Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like the Wii Sports Resort minigame, you know, where you got the, like, the sword things, and you're, like, sword fighting. I thought it was gonna be like one of those, but I did not expect everyone to just... Dare I speak the recreation of those events. My eyes might need bleach after that. Minutes left on my break. About the past. If I'm not wrong, you chose to stay with Griffin after the restructuring after all these years, right? Yes, when the reconstruction first began, everyone was in pretty bad place. However, I'm very happy with my initial decision to stay with Helion and walk the path I chose to where I am now. It must have been hard, and I can clearly see how you've grown. Yeah, I think I need to talk to a trusted adult after whatever I just witnessed. Okay. Sorry, I was just filling my water filter so it can get to purifying the water. Yeah, no, I think that's... That was something that I just witnessed, that's for sure. Anyway. Don't think we need to do that. How many does this have? Bro, this is just as long as a normal one. Ass 1-1. Let's go. Oh, shoot! Cutscene! We're dropping in, boys? We going Tilted Towers? This is Alva? Is it Alva? shoot. Okay. Okay? They stepped up their game, bro. Shoot! Okay? 2342 XXXX 2074. Beneath an abandoned mine, a meticulously organized space is operating in perfect order. Inside a clean, orderly, high-tech laboratory, a woman in a white lab coat has her feet propped up on the control console, lazily tapping at a keyboard while chewing gum. I'm so bored. Night shift is such a drag. She turns her head, reaches out to enter a string of password, then squints at the screen. Hey, little flower. How are you feeling today? Growing pretty well, huh? I need to raise the voice volume. Remind me to do that. In sharp contrast to her flippant attitude, the other researchers in the lab are solemnly focused on their work. Unimpressed with the tedium, the woman suddenly sits up straight and clears her throat with theatrical seriousness. Log entry. Collapsed particle adhesion carrier cultivation experiment, day 217. Sample P17 responds well to the new culture medium. The success rate of this batch has reached as high as 8%. As soon as she completes the log entry, she slumps back in her lazy posture and blows a bubble with her gum. Ah, such beautiful data we got today. If that little cutie were still here, I can't imagine how fast our research would be progressing. I'm really looking forward to it. Are they talking about Helena? There's no way, right? She spins her chair and glides to another workstation, opens an encrypted folder, inputs the new data into the system, and labels the file Eden Synchronization Test. She drags the file in a database label called Cocoon. Not Cocoon again. Looks like Oleg is probably not far from being finished, huh? If Eden can't be built after all, then I guess it's time to activate the backup plan. Identity verification required. I'm the great Lady Chiloveg. Paradius' brightest star, the most brilliant genius, the most... Verification successful. Welcome, Research Director. Chiloveg pouts unhappily, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Funny and all. Fine. Let's see where a little flower might bloom. Chiloveg opens an encrypted email and begins browsing through entries with interest. Oh my! Did a little flower actually grow up on its own? She opens one of the intelligence emails and reads it carefully. This little flower was even cultivated here? Oh, through a ritual it can connect to that person's vital cognition image. Might be a pretty good carrier. She opens the attachment. Inside is a photo of the girl whose hair spreads like wings marked under surveillance. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible tremor passes through the room. The lab lights flicker. Huh? An earthquake! The end of the world hits! The others in the room show no reaction to Chiloveg's exaggerated performance, as if they're already used to it. But suddenly, Chiloveg springs to her feet. The playful grin vanishes instantly as she opens a comms channel with a flick of her hand. Guards, send everyone currently on shift to Zone A to check security scanners, then report perimeter conditions to me. Director, everything appears to be in order in Zone A. There's no... I didn't ask for your opinion. Send people to check. Right now. Immediately. She moves quickly to the security console and enters a complex string of code under the puzzled gazes of other researchers. I'm gonna be here for a bit, then I'm off to bed. I'm tired of shit. Yeah. Reasonable if you've been playing Apex all this time. Yeah. The intro cutscene to this was so good. Understood. We'll inspect Zone A right away. Is something the matter, Director? Nothing major. We just have guests. Guests? Director, there are frequent earthquakes around here. That might have just been... Chiluovig stares intently at the surveillance monitor with narrowed eyes. The monitors display live feeds of every zone in the base. Everything appears normal, yet Chiluovig looks thoughtful. With a smile, she shakes her head and raises a finger to shush the researcher. Report! Motion detected at Zone A's perimeter with thermal imaging. Speed exceeds normal parameters. Chiluovig claps her hands excitedly. I told you we had guests. Things are finally getting interesting. How did you know? You have to trust a genius's intuition. I can sense even the tiniest discrepancies in this lab. Everyone, initiate emergency lockdown protocol. You've got 10 minutes to run for your lives. You still remember the evacuation point from safety training, right? You better move it. Stunned by the sudden order, the researchers all remain frozen. Chiluovig clicks her tongue in displeasure, her face twisting into a ferocious, furious expression. Move! Now! The researchers jump at Chiluovig's roar. Panic spreads instantly and they rush for the exit. Thanks. Chiluovig turns around and blinks, her expression shifting back from icy ruthlessness to playful charm. Soon, there's no one else left in the lab. She strolls back to her workstation and sits back down. That's more like it. System, activate Emergency Plan 48. Authorize use of Special Transfer Database. Emergency Encryption. Authorization Code Stardust Ballet Red Cube. Encryption initiated. Please select priority data blocks for protection. Let me think. Affiliate and resonance data. No, save that one too. Our guest might be interested in it. The progress bar begins to fill. While waiting, Chiluovig tilts her head, then pulls out a uniquely designed handgun from a drawer and elegantly spins it in her hand. Sorry, I need to fill my bottle with water right now, because I am going to need this water. I guess of this caliber. Past midnight and it being normal. Yeah, not me staying up till like 3 a.m. playing Apex with you last night. I suppose they're with Zelensky. No, wait. They could also be Reinforsters? Doesn't really feel like their style either. Report! We need support! The transmission cuts off abruptly, followed by a scream and the sound of bones snapping. Wow! Our guests don't sound very friendly. Hey, dear intruders, would you like to stop for a cup of tea? I've got some excellent Darjeeling here. Only static answers from the other side. How rude. Chiluovig shrugs and presses a red button. Instantly, alarms blare throughout the entire base. She brings the comms microphone up to her mouth. Attention, attention, dear colleagues. We have uninvited guests. Security personnel, please entertain our visitors properly. Don't say I didn't warn you. They seem pretty strong, so good luck. Oh, almost forgot. I just have activated the emergency lockdown protocol. The base just self-destructs in 10 minutes. Oh, no, it's only 9. Don't worry, it's printed plenty of advance notice. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to run. The receiver picks up a cacophony of chaos from the other end as alarms overlap everywhere. Chiluovig hits the mute button and slides her chair back to the surveillance monitors. Watching the security personnel in Zone A get taken down with alarming speed, she can't help but shake her head. Tut-tut! What a useless bunch! She squints at the high-speed blur that flashes past in the live feed, too fast to make clearly out even in slow motion. There's only one of them? She quickly switches to the Zone B feed and stares at it for a few seconds. It really is just one! And they took out all the guards?! She slams the desks and jumps to her feet, snapping her fingers and humming a tune, clearly exhilarated. It's them. It has to be them. She drops back into her chair and spins around several times. Then she grabs a small remote from her desk and presses a button. Only 8 minutes left now. I should think of a way to welcome them. Maybe some music. She presses the button again thoughtfully. The base's broadcast system suddenly starts playing cheerful classical music. Wait! That's not Alva. Isn't that the Groza prototype? On the monitor, the ghost-like figure pauses for an instant, seemingly puzzled. Watching the screen, Chilioveg sets the remote down, hums the music, and gets up to whirl into a waltz with an invisible partner. But less than 10 seconds later, all the lights abruptly go out inside the lab and the music cuts off. Hey! Who cut my music? How crude. Despite her complaint, she quickly hides, fumbling in the darkness to put on a pair of glasses and pressing a button on the frame. The dark room instantly brightens in her vision. And that's when she sees a figure silently dropping down from the ventilation shaft. Oh my god. She murmurs softly to herself. It's Alva. In the flesh. In the darkness, she locks eyes with the newcomer. Swish! Bang bang! Prepared in advance, Chilioveg pulls the trigger first, but the intruder's even faster, dodging sideways like lightning and drawing her gun at the same instant to return fire. 2 consecutive rounds burst with lethal fire in the dark. Sharp pain explodes through Chilioveg's knee and wrist, and she collapses to the floor. Sweat beads down her forehead as she lies curled up on the ground. She peers up at the computer terminal riddled with bullet holes from her own shots, sparks flying, and remarks dryly, Do you have any idea how much it'd cost to fix that? The intruder steps closer and crouches down by Chilioveg, her icy fingers wrapped around Chilioveg's neck. You're not an ordinary researcher. Chilioveg raises the hand that had been clutching her wounded knee and gives an exaggerated salute. Her palm, sticky with nearly congealed filthy blood, emits a nauseating stench. Thanks for the compliment! Chilioveg, Chief Research Director of Research Center Number 17, at your service. That means there's at least 16 other one of these. Now, and can we take a photo together, Miss Snowwolf? After all, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, I guess you go by Miss Alva now, don't you? You know me. Of course, the legendary member of Task Force Defy. I've collected all of your operation records from Berlin and Frankfurt. Your hacking skills and tactical expertise are exceptional. Let me guess, that attack by someone else out there was just a feign, and you're the one actually carrying out the core mission, am I right? You're really a work of art. Could I get your autograph? Oh wait, I'm a bit immobile right now. Don't play tricks. Alva speaks coldly. The fingers around Chilioveg tighten into a chokehold as her other hand plucks everything from her person. 2 pens, come empty test vials, and a magazine. None of that matters. What matters is she doesn't feel a heartbeat. Naito. Alva looks down at Chilioveg with disgust. Chilioveg shrugs self-deprecatingly. What are you researching here? Chilioveg blinks and lowers her voice slightly. You want to know? Alva squeezes harder, making Chilioveg suck in a sharp breath. Flowers, flowers, flowers! Beautiful flowers! Of course not ordinary ones. Special varieties that can attract butterflies. All we're missing is suitable soil. Her eyes flick toward the hidden timer. 5 minutes left. Alva notices her glance, though she doesn't need to look to know what it means. Watch out, we have 5 minutes left. Oh my, if I'd known it was you, Calmine, I wouldn't have rushed to self-destruct a place like this. Ignoring Chilioveg's mad chatter, Alva releases her, then turns to the damaged computer terminal and starts extracting the data. Beep. White Mastiff reporting in. Zone A is silent. Over. Snowwolf copies. Oh, the doll on the other K must be AK-15. Today really is my lucky day. White Mastiff, the base is going to self-destruct. Marking rendezvous point. I'll guide you in. Over. White Mastiff copies. Following instructions. ETA to rendezvous point, 30 seconds. Over. It's Voimastina now, isn't it? No one stand a chance under her interrogation. Guess I'd better hurry up. Chiliovic pouts with theatrical regret. An unnatural bulge suddenly appears on her cheek. Don't move! Alva seems to realize something. She quickly grabs Chiliovic's face and forces her mouth open. She forcibly wrenches out Chiliovic's metal tooth. Too late? Oh, cyanide. Chiliovic starts coughing up blood, though it's clearly not just from having a tooth ripped out. Only 4 minutes left now. You better hurry, Miss Snow Wolf. She barely gets to the end of the sentence before her eyes suddenly widen, a few rasping breaths escape her throat, and then her body stiffens and collapses to the floor in the next second. Her gaze turns vacant, yet the eerie smile at the corner of her mouth remains frozen forever. Alva turns away. She pulls a collar-like device from her tactical pack, draws out a data cable, and connects it to the still sparking terminal. She takes out her tablet. As the cable connects the device to the terminal, torrents of data begin scrolling across the screen. Facing the dense, complex interface, Alva flexes her fingers. She opens her palm, and her thin auxiliary fingers extend from her fingertips, spreading over the keyboard alongside her long fingers. Whoa! Her fingers have interesting. Fingers and auxiliary digits become a blur as they dance wildly across the keys, the furious typing sounding almost like a sudden downpour. The vigorous motion abruptly stops. The screen's dim green glow reflects in Alva's teal eyes, and she freezes for a moment. Cocoon database. Subprogram Helena. Entry 043 incubation data. The all-too-familiar content makes Alva pulse, and she opens the file. So this is where 043 was incubated. The detailed experimental logs record everything from the host to the incubation process, down to daily culture dish temperature, humidity, microbial conditions, and other data far beyond Alva's expectations. That's not all. 043, number 19. It seems that more than one identical test subject was born in this base, but in the end, only one finished product ever made it out. Harrowing images sear themselves into Alva's eyes one after another. She glances at the data copy progress, then continues paging through 043's file. To her surprise, the logs don't end with 043's birth. In fact, the very title of the database, Cocoon, already sets off the alarm bell. Project Eden? Her fingers tap lightly on the keyboard, opening a data partition with even heavier encryption. A folder labeled Connection Project Girard Group appears on the screen. Not them again! Alva is not surprised at all to see the Girard Group's name here. I'm not either. Despite the incident in Odessa never being made fully public, such information is hardly difficult for Task Force Defy to obtain. Information pairing Project Eden with the Girard Group is hardly rare. The project is no secret. On the contrary, the Girard Group has spared no effort promoting the technology, even using it to temporarily halt the freefall of its stock price. The publicity campaign conveniently began shortly after the Odessa scandal broke. According to the Girard Group, Project Eden is a brand new clean energy initiative. It's meant to deliver more abundant, cleaner, and revolutionary energy for all humanity. However, Alva knows better. Anything tied to Paradius can never be what it claims. While Alva is taking in the information, a series of Exilium cultivation data and radiation test charts appear on the screen, displaying shocking values and abnormal growth patterns. A particle resonance amplifier? She scrolls and keeps reading. Exilium cultivation experiment. P-series samples. Absorption and release efficiency increased by 217%. Just as Alva is about to dig deeper, an encryption wall blocks further access. She tries to crack it, but time's running out. Project Eden. Alva murmurs the project's name again, this time in an entirely different tone. Why would Girard work with Paradius to research Exiliums? What are they after? What does Girard want? And what does 043 play in this? Well, as all these questions swirl, a towering figure kicks open the laboratory door. Voimastina steps in, her silver-white hair is as neat as ever. Faint streaks of red glint the silver as they sway with her firm stride. Got it, so that's who we were looking at. Kevin can stop the aircraft evacuating the personnel. He'll keep tracking them. It's fine. Alva glances toward the other end of the screen. 3 minutes. The data? Alva plugs the cable drawn from the collar into the port of her own neck. Green lights instantly start flashing across her eyes. While Alva retrieves the data, Voimastina naturally takes a position beside her, keeping watch over the surrounding area. Area? About 30 seconds later, Alva unplugs the cable with a look of dissatisfaction. Only part of it's cracked. The deeper layers aren't decrypted yet, and incubation data on 043 is incomplete. But I did find some information on Project Eden. Project Eden? Research project the Girard Group had recently made public. Seems to involve using plans to regulate collapse particle energy release. And probably direct that collapse particle somewhere else. Voimastina frowns. Isn't that the same thing as a remolding pattern? With Girard's capabilities, their research shouldn't reach that level. The ones doing the real work are still these pariah's corpses. Alva glances at Chiliovig's body on the floor, then returns to her focus to the files. They genuinely seem to believe this research can bring them back from the dead. Paradius probably just wants their money and never fully disclosed the truth to the Girard Group. But why is 043 mentioned in Eden? This looks like a recent revision. You can't see it? Most of the contents are corrupted. What about the other files? There's no time to crack them. It's fine. We've learned enough already. Have Kevin check all the locations connected to this base. Don't let those researchers get away. Send the copied data to Anna later. Have her decrypt what standard methods can't read. Right. Beep. Hold on. Alva slings her gun behind her back and pulls the vibrating communicator from her tactical pouch. The sight of that communicator stops Voimastina in her tracks. She stands rooted at the spot and stares at it in silence. The communicator's like a Rubik's Cube. Alva aligns its pattern with a few twists and turns. With a soft click, a narrow seam cracks open and a thin beam of light spills out. Alva stares at the light in complete silence, as if trying to decipher something. After a moment, she finally moves. Notify Mona. Have the transport take us to these coordinates once we're out of here. New arrangements. Is she rejoining the team? Not yet. There's still a lot with the conglomerate that she needs to dig into. I miss her too, Voimastina, but we need to stay focused on this mission. Voimastina pauses, then finally asks, what did she say? The Girard Group is showing signs of desperation. We need to go to Lviv and make sure things don't go wrong there. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Lviv. Lviv. Whoa. Olive Garden! Shut up, Olive Garden. I don't want to hear about your new fan favorites. Okay, stop telling me about the city. Just tell me how to pronounce the word. Lviv. Lviv. Shush. Lviv. 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 Got it. There. Memphis operation. She wants us to monitor it closely. Understood. I will. Let's move. Giving no further response, Voimastina turns her head and toward the evacuation point with haste. Alpha rubs the communicator tenderly with her thumb. Oh, sorry. And then slips it back into her pouch. She shoulders her weapon and sets off as well. Following their departure, Gileovig's body on the floor begins to slowly melt, her once human-like face dissolving into a shapeless puddle. The grotesque sight lasts only a moment. A massive explosion erupts, reducing everything to ashes. Oh, got it. So they have self-destruction capabilities, too. Look at that. How fun. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Splendid, right? Yeah, we're gonna have more. Actually, we're gonna have some blowhole blasts today. Why not? Lviv. Lviv. I really do wonder what's happening in America, like, as all of this is happening. Like, is America still alive? I think I only did 2 spoonfuls. Yeah. Oh, dang, that was just combat. I wake up in bed. It's been a long time since I last slept this soundly for so long. Outside the window, daylight has long since broken. Driven by its preset autopilot program, the Elmo cruises methodically onward. Its rhythm is as monotonous and as steady as the scenery of the Yellow Zone. After washing up, I head to the ops room early. Grozo's on duty, monitoring the surroundings at the command console. When she sees me, she brews a cup of coffee and sets it in front of my seat, as she always does. I nod to thank her, look over at the navigation trajectory, then raise my head and ask. There shouldn't be any risks along the planned route, right? You guys were supposed to remind me to increase voice volume. You didn't. You failed. No units capable of threatening the Elmo have been detected for now. I think the chosen trajectory was carefully considered. That's what I thought. Based on the projected intersections between our route and legal air corridors, potential contact windows are in 7 minutes, 125 minutes, and 314 minutes. That's a broad range. We'll proceed according to plan. Understood. After a stretch, I go through the various tasks displayed on the terminal. Shaky, shaky, chat. It's very full right now, so it's kind of hard to shake. I'll need to give it some more shakes, but cheers. Oh, here. The screen shows green markers representing several squads currently deployed. They're proceeding in an orderly fashion along their planned routes. The mission logs they transmit back indicate that everything is normal so far. Looks like everyone's missions are going smoothly. I open a task list and check a priority watch item named Zucchero Squad. After several days of travel, Springfield and Macchiato are drawing closer and closer to their destination, satellite city LVI-13 near Lviv. Wait, no, Lviv. Sorry, Lviv. Right? I need to get used to that. Lviv. Oh my gosh, AAA auto insurance. I do not care. I don't fucking care. Lviv. 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 Near Lviv. Even though the two dolls assigned to this mission are both highly reliable, when I think about all the attention we attracted back when we escorted Target when was still aboard the Elmo, I can't help but worry about them. I activate the Elmo's comm system, enter the code, and connect Zuchero's squad's scheduled contact channel.
Commander, good morning. You're just as punctual as ever.
Morning. How is it? Has the journey been smooth?
We haven't run into any trouble so far. However, we have reason to suspect that we might be under surveillance. Therefore, we found a way to disembark from the Intercontinental Railway train ahead of schedule and resupplied yesterday at a temporary supply point in the Yellow Zone. Our pace is slower than planned, but for this mission it's the safer option. Macchiato is conducting the final checks and preparations now. Once ready, we'll transport the target to the designated city by truck. Road checkpoints are much less strict than along the Intercontinental Railway. We'll find ways to smooth things over. If all goes well, we should reach the scheduled handover point in 2 days.
Well done. Escorting such a conspicuous target across most of the URNC must have been tough.
Don't underestimate Miss Dandelion's VIP clearance, or the intelligence network that Zuchero has carefully cultivated over the years. That said, even with all our preparations, the journey here has been unexpectedly smooth. Especially for a mission that involves traversing the entire Yellow Zone. The enemy who's likely to intervene forcefully hasn't made a move at all.
You mean Paradius?
Yes. I originally thought that with such a conspicuous target, we'd definitely encounter them along the way. To prepare for an engagement, Macchiato has brought along weapons that really aren't her style. But now it seems we may have worried too much.
Even they wouldn't dare do anything so openly on an intercontinental railway train. Still, don't lower your guard, especially now that you're off it. They might be lurking around you.
You're absolutely right. We'll stay vigilant.
By the way, how's Helena doing?
She's been under the protection of the defense system the whole time. Her condition has remained stable since boarding the train. When passing through road checkpoints, I'll hide her in the deepest part of the truck cabin. I've added an outer layer of camouflage. It should be enough to deal with X-ray scans during inspections. I've trusted contacts handle the checkpoint procedures. Policies seem to be tightening these past few days, but we should just make it in time for the appointment with Miss Leva.
Good. Stay in touch. The Elmo's also heading towards Lviv. Lviv. We'll rendezvous with you there. Lviv. Lviv. I keep saying Lviv. It's Lviv. 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 Lviv.
Understood. Please be careful on your end as well.
Beep. The call ends. After hanging up, I finally feel a bit more at ease. The mission to escort Helena is proceeding smoothly, and the previous operations were all compiled without major incident. Our fortunes finally seem to be improving. Hearing my remark, Groza pauses for a moment, then responds with a smile.
Things have indeed been going more smoothly lately, Commander. But we still can't let our guard down.
I know, of course. Groza and I finish our task with remarkable efficiency. I lean back in my chair and stretch again as I listen to the lively chatter of the other dolls aboard the MCV. The dolls currently stationed on the Elmo have finished their own work and seem to be gathered together chatting. As their conversations reach a particularly lively point, bits of laughter and chatter occasionally drift into the ops room. Butterflies. Silent whispers. Never sleeping. I'm guessing that was Nemesis. So that's why you didn't sleep all night? That's Curlik and Nemesis bickering with each other.
Miss Mailing, may I ask what kind of breakfast you prefer? Me?
Centresi must be preparing breakfast for everyone.
Sheesh, do you have to wake me up this early? What time do you think it is? Get up and finish your shooting drill.
Oh, That's Mekti and Kluka. Okay, yeah. Maybe it's because recent events have... I thought it was Macchiato for a second, but I guess they are on the mission, yeah, so... Maybe it's because recent events have been so turbulent, but this brief moment of calm respite feels strangely surreal. And yet, not long ago, I was just an ordinary bounty hunter driving the Elmo and drifting through the Yellow Zone. This kind of banal daily life should have been my reality. Is it because so many former companions are now aboard? Yup, that's what it is, Commander. Besides Groza's team, there's now also Squad 404, Zuchero Squad. I never imagined I'd be lucky enough to reunite with everyone again, safe and sound. Each reunion fills me with the relief of having survived disaster. But I know that this isn't the true reason for the nagging sense of surrealism. What shatters all illusions and drags me back to my memories so heavy they stir up my emotions whenever recalled is none other than that fateful confrontation with Paradius. Yeah, Paradius. The evil force I nearly wiped out 10 years ago has appeared before me once again. 10 years of compromise brought neither stability nor fleeting peace. It merely gave the enemy room to breathe, a chance to grow strong again. When I think about how they've been active right under my nose all these years, an uncontrollable anger wells up inside of me. No, I'll not allow this to happen. Or rather, to happen again. At the very least, let me... Commander, the radar has detected a helicopter approaching the Elmo. Altitude 300 meters, distance approximately 2 kilometers, bearing exactly matching ours. Looks like our guests have arrived. I switched to the external camera feed and adjust the focus to lock onto the helicopter. It's a brand new military helicopter, painted in the latest standard livery of the Neo-Soviet Union Army. The only jarring detail is the URNC emblem emblazoned on it. They're sending a comms request. It seems they want to land on the Elmo. Patch them through. Elmo, this is Special Operations Unit of Non-Military Forces Administration under the URNC. We request a brief stop aboard your vessel. Repeat, we request a brief stop aboard your vessel. Let them come down. Yes, Commander. Landing guidance established. Welcome aboard. Numpha. Take a deep breath and straighten my clothes. I spent long enough psyching myself for this. This time I should be able to talk things through properly. Right? But as the thought crosses my mind, the courage I'd mustered falters slightly. I shake my head, trying to push away those unpleasant thoughts. Groza, I'll go receive our guests. Notify all dolls to remain on alert, but take no hostile action. Groza nods, then makes a small gesture of encouragement towards me. You've got this, Commander. Right. Thank you. I head toward the top deck. The helicopter promptly lands on the deck of the Elmo, but after touching down, the engines are not shut off. The rotors above continue spinning at high speed, signaling that this is only a brief visit. The hatch opens. An officer in a neatly pressed uniform strides down, followed by a figure I haven't seen in 10 years. His hair is grayer than I remember, the lines on his face a little deeper. Yet even after a decade apart, the distinctive presence of his makes me feel anything less than unfamiliar. Long time no see, Commander. It's Kreuger! It's the dude! Mr. Kreuger. Give me 5 minutes. He speaks to the officer beside him. The officer nods and steps back toward the helicopter. Is seeing me really such a surprise? I thought... You thought Kalina would be the one coming, eh? Don't worry. You'll get to meet her soon enough. Sorry, sir, that's not what I meant. Kreuger smiles and shakes his head. He glances at the helicopter, then turns back to me. Can we talk? We don't have much time. I look toward the soldier standing by the helicopter and more or less understand Kreuger's intention. I nod to him and lead him further away. We walk to the edge of the top deck where we get a view of the wasteland in the distance. The bitter smell in the air is much lighter than before. Sunlight falls on Kreuger, outlining his figure clearly. He looks far older than he did 10 years ago. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are deeper, his temples completely gray. Don't kill off this guy, he seems cool. I know we shouldn't have disturbed you. Kalina's choice was her own judgment call. If it caused you any trouble, I apologize on her behalf. Sir, please don't apologize to me. Besides, what she did means a great deal to me. Because of the task she entrusted to me, I was able to learn things that are very important to me. I understand. It is, after all, a matter that continues to gnaw at both of our minds. Something that we can never let go. I don't respond and simply wait quietly for Kryuger to get to the point. I'll get straight to it. The recent Dahl insurgence in Odessa has caught the attention of URNC upper echelons. I've obtained full authority to investigate the Girard group. Kryuger turns toward me. I don't think I need to explain. You already know whom they've been backing behind the scenes, don't you? Paradius. We've long heard rumors of the conglomerate colluding with Paradius. We've been tracking this case for over 2 years. It's time to end it. What's your plan? We've already gathered sufficient evidence. In fact, 043 Helena, which was previously handed to you, is also a piece of evidence. Calling that little girl evidence may make you uncomfortable, but she truly is the key. I'll be heading to Lviv tomorrow. After taking custody of 043, we'll submit the materials to prosecution. They've already filed a lawsuit with the High Court of Eastern Europe Administrative Region, accusing the Orlog conglomerate of concluding with Paradius to conduct illegal experiments. Next, a public trial will be launched in Lviv against everyone involved. A public trial? Yes. Shouldn't everyone connected be detained directly? We're a law enforcement body, but we still need authorization before we can act. The litigation process alone will take at least a year. During that time, Paradius will certainly continue its experiments. And given the URNC's actual enforcement capacity, things might not improve in areas outside the controlled territories in the Yellow Zone, even after the trial concludes. Procedural justice is sometimes more important than guns. Once the conglomerate collapses, Paradius will lose its largest source of funding. That will destroy the foundation that sustains its operations. If our actions are limited to striking their bases, even if we destroy one experimental facility, who knows how many more they may have hidden elsewhere. Even so, destroying Paradius bases immediately would at least spare the people in the nearby areas from harm. You're not wrong. I know you don't believe that prosecuting those companies will solve everything. But this isn't 10 years ago. We must operate with compliance now, and there's more we can do through the rules than you might imagine. And some people can also escape the punishment they deserve through those same rules. I swallow the words that almost slip out and offer only a faint, bitter chuckle. Kryuger catches my meaning. He bows his head slightly and decides to change the subject. Our field personnel are already in place. Zuchero's squad shouldn't run into any trouble on their escort mission. Kalina will rendezvous with them near Lviv to complete their final handover. Judging from the Elmo's course, you're headed there as well, aren't you? Yes. I ran into a small complication along the way and had to return to the Elmo. Now that it's resolved, I'll have to continue my mission and see it to fruition. I knew you'd say that. To thank you for your cooperation, I'll try to secure a status of some standing for you. Even if you remain in the Yellow Zone, things will be much easier. Thank you, sir. But you know me, I don't need that kind of thing. On one hand, our above-the-table approach can strike at the root, but the process is too long. On the other hand, your approach is direct, but it can't solve the problem at its foundation. Combine the two and you get a solution. Once you have status, perhaps you can cooperate better with Nomfa. We can make up for what the other lacks. Mr. Kryuger, I'll cooperate with the mission, but not for the sake of any status. I only want Paradius to be completely eradicated. As long as that can be achieved, I do not care what method is used. That is to say, you should understand that I may not stop just because of certain reasonable justifications. Someone who acts this way probably shouldn't have any status in the first place. Kryuger lets out a sigh. It seems over these 10 years you've changed, and yet you haven't. Director, time's up. If we delay any longer, the travel will. I'm coming. Before I go, there's something I want to ask you. Please go ahead. Why won't you let go of the past and start over? Because I can't bear standing on the side of what's wrong. That's an arrogant answer, Commander. I'm sorry, sir. But who among those wanting to do something meaningful wouldn't give that same arrogant answer? The road will be lonely and dangerous. I'm already used to it, Mr. Kryuger. Director! Kryuger takes a small card out of his pocket. If you want to enter leave, you'll need a legal identity. Use this for now. I hesitate, still not reaching out. Come and witness how we bring those criminals to justice. I think Kalina would want to see you in the results she's worked so hard for. Kryuger looks straight at me. There's a kind of force in his gaze. Much as I resist, I find myself taking the card in the end. He seems to let out a quiet sigh of relief once he sees me accept it. If you need help, contact me anytime. Thank you, sir. Kryuger turns to leave, but stops again at the helicopter door. Do you know what the most important thing we lost 10 years ago was? Griffin? It was you. I stand rooted to the spot, at a loss for how to react. Oh, that's... On the deck, the helicopter is ready for takeoff. Mr. Kryuger! Kryuger removes the headset as he just put on and looks toward me. And I shout with all my strength at a volume I believe can overpower the helicopter's engines. Whether or not we choose to go down the same path, you will always be the person I respect most. Kryuger smiles. See you in Lviv, Commander. I've known this guy for, what, 10 minutes, and I already love him. I will protect this dude with my life like he is my own father. Perhaps I'm not the only one who has lost a great deal because of the decision I made 10 years ago. Why is it that no matter the choices made, someone always ends up getting hurt? The emotions I once tried so hard to avoid surface again. I even regret not responding to him more warmly just now. I clench my fist and shake my head hard, forcing myself not to dwell on it. Now wasn't the time to be tangled up in this. Lviv. Look at the card I've just received. Will things really proceed as smoothly as Kryuger says? I can't shake the feeling that something bad is coming. Considering we have a story event ahead of us, I would also think that. How are we today, chat? Oh, I forgot it will mute while I'm tabbed out. Sorry, I was just checking on a little something. That's funny. I was checking on Twitch to see something real quick, and then I looked and it's like, suggested collabs. Here's who you should collab with. And it's, you know, indie, another person who's playing Girls Frontline, and then it's a Vixen Tsukiyomi. I'm like, can I knock myself? Can I ask to collaborate with myself? No, I can't. I had to see. I had to check. Yeah, Vixen Tsukiyomi, I love that guy. I'd love to collab with him. That's three combat in a row. There's got to be some story in there, right? Yeah, there's definitely some story in there. Kind of want to look. Yep. Those units are definitely new. Are those like... Oh, curious to see what they are. They weren't here, right? No, they weren't. As a side gate primarily used to divert traffic from the central checkpoint, the queue for entering the city here usually isn't very long. But today, the entrance security procedures seem especially cumbersome, causing a large number of civilians to pile up at the entrance. Guards stationed on both sides of the checkpoint hold their weapons at the ready, closely watching every movement within the line. A transport truck bearing the Zucchero logo spray-painted on its cargo compartment passes through the security gate. It waits in the inspection area for an inspector to carry out the review process. From the pedestrian line beside the truck, the voices of a family drift through its half-open window and into the doll's auditory module.
Papa, are we almost at Lviv?
Yeah. Once we get through here, our whole family can start a new life.
That's great! I heard there are plenty of pretty dresses in Lviv shops. We can buy new clothes.
Big brother can get new textbooks for school, too. The mother walks at the back of the group, gazing lovingly at her two children. She rests her hands on her shoulders, drawing them closer together. What tragic thing is going to happen to this poor family? Springfield watches the family with a tender glimmer in her eyes. She is no stranger to scenes like this. Families willing to overcome countless obstacles for a better life. Seeing the hope in the children's smiles, or children's eyes, she can't help but smile. Although people ahead of them are being denied entry one after the other for various reasons, the father remains confident. To qualify for life in the satellite city, their family has endured a long point-based process and strict screening. He firmly believes that nothing will go wrong. The transport truck finally reaches the inspection point. Springfield notices the fatigue and irritation in the inspector's eyes, along with the faint and barely concealed arrogance. She lets out a quick sigh, already foreseeing the possible obstruction. Hello, please present your travel permit and cargo manifest. Springfield hands over an elegant folder neatly containing various documents. On the inside is a food exchange voucher. Even in the green zone, such vouchers can still fetch a high price.
These are our documents. Thank you for your trouble.
The inspector takes the folder, his gaze lingering on the voucher for only a second before he flips it open and begins reviewing the papers carefully. A doll, huh? Once he confirms that he's speaking to a doll rather than a human, even his veneer of politeness disappears. Since you're a doll, you should have read the updated regulations from a few days ago. All dolls serving groups, organizations, or individuals must register in advance and prepare a special work permit. And what you submitted here is a business visa, not a doll-specific work permit.
But I'm not currently serving any group, organization, or individual.
So you're unaffiliated.
My authorizations belong to myself. Here, look at this. This is proof of my identity.
The inspector flips through the documents impatiently, confirming the truth of Springfield's statement. Another one of these. So what are you here for?
I'm here to open a new branch of a cafe. There's some preliminary work that needs to be taken care of. We already have one shop in operation, and business has been fairly good, so we're planning to expand.
A cafe run by dolls?
Here, our commercial building approval and operating license. Once the branch officially opens, you're welcome to visit and try our coffee and desserts. Our staff will prepare a special signature cake just for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
The inspector ignores Springfield's invitation as he skeptically scans the supplementary documents in his hands. Meanwhile, behind him, the family in line is presenting their documents to another inspector. You certainly came prepared. What's in the truck?
Just some ingredients and equipment needed to open the shop. They already passed a scan when we went through the gate. Would you like to see the cargo manifest?
Leave it there, and open the cargo compartment. I need to check.
You want to check the cargo compartment? Springfield's brow furrows slightly with concern. But it took a long time to get everything loaded and packed, and some of it's fragile.
Then move faster. Sooner I'm done checking, the sooner you can load it back up.
Nearby, the inspection of that family also runs into trouble.
Let me explain again. Lviv is about to host an important summit. To prevent dangerous elements from slipping in, a single family permit only allows 3 people to enter starting this Tuesday. This notice is annotated under Chapter 8, Article 3 of Entry Guidelines for the White Zone and surrounding key cities. Did you not update your documents?
Then when will this regulation end? We can wait until martial law is lifted before entering.
Who knows? Could be 3 to 5 days, could be a month. It might be permanent. I understand how you feel, but this is out of everyone's control. You'll just have to accept your bad luck.
Springfield watches the situation unfold with pity and concern. The mother's panicked gaze and the children's dejection makes her heart ache. She sighs softly, then turns her attention back to the inspector in front of her. Could you perhaps make an exception? Some of the ingredients inside aren't fully sealed. If the packaging is damaged, they won't be usable. And if anything spills, cleaning it up would be very troublesome. I'd feel terribly sorry if we made a mess. She produces a small pouch from somewhere, preparing to slip it into the inspector's hand. Bribes, but he merely gives it a cold glance and pushes it back towards Springfield.
Listen, Miss Dahl. This truck of yours might have worked a week ago, but it won't fly now. Didn't you hear? In a couple of days, Lviv is hosting an important summit. Lots of big shots are gathering. If anything goes wrong here, I'll be packing my bags and getting sent back to a yellow zone. Those 2 collapsed pieces of yours wouldn't even be enough for me to pitch a tent. Stop wasting time. Hurry up.
Springfield puts the collapsed pieces away, maintaining her gentle smile. She subtly glances at her watch. I understand with your difficulties. I'll cooperate with your inspection right away. Springfield opens the cargo compartment. Inside, layers upon layers of coffee bean sacks and baking ingredients are stacked neatly. With refined coffee machines and baking equipment secured on racks, the air is filled with the aroma of coffee and sugar. The inspector switches on his flashlight and shines it through the gaps at the depths of the compartment. From the outside, it's pitch black, impossible to see anything clearly.
What's in there?
Just some unopened raw materials.
Move these down. I'm going inside to check.
Understood. Please wait a moment. Springfield efficiently unties the rope securing the cargo, unloading sacks of coffee beans and flour one by one. She moves them carefully, ensuring the expensive beans and Zuchero's specialty syrups don't spill onto the ground. As the items blocking the front are cleared away, a box covered with a waterproof tarp gradually comes into view.
Is that what you're talking about? Raw materials?
Yes, some specially imported ingredients that require careful storage.
Open it.
No problem. Please wait a moment. I'll tidy things up. Springfield turns toward the depths of the cargo compartment, her hand lightly brushing against a device hidden among the goods. No matter what, she will protect the mission target entrusted to her. Springfield glances around. Most of the nearby soldiers' attention is focused on the long line waiting outside the security gate. Meanwhile, the arguing and crying family inside the checkpoint also draws many eyes. She gently brushes her hair back. She soon receives a response on level 2.
Are you done yet? I'm going in.
All set. Springfield watches as the inspector climbs into the cargo compartment, stepping over the burlap sacks and slowly approaching the box deeper inside. And while he isn't paying attention, Springfield has already moved closer behind him. Beep, 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 beep.
Alert.
Alert. A suspicious target has been detected near Satellite City West, Gate Number 3. All nearby personnel immediately close security gates and coordinate with security forces to provide support. A suspicious target has been detected near Satellite City West, Gate Number 3. All nearby personnel immediately close the security gates and coordinate with security forces to provide support. Springfield continues to smile. In front of her, the inspector, only a step away from opening the box, frowns impatiently and answers the beeping communicator in his hand.
What's going on at Gate 3? A gang of Yoggers tried to smuggle contraband and suddenly exploded halfway. We've detained the suspects. There was a batch of cargo mixed in. We need to quickly check for illegal items among those who've already passed through. Got it, I'm coming right now. The inspector thinks for a moment, then hollers for Springfield. Where are you?
I'm here.
Springfield steps out from behind him. The inspector urgently points at the innermost cargo. Something happened outside, so count yourself lucky. Open all these boxes. I'll take one last look and then let you go. Springfield's smile stiffens slightly. She adjusts her gloves and her hands behind her back.
All right.
She gonna kill him? Instead of walking toward the box, she steps closer to the inspector, just as she gets into position ready to take action. What is it? Why the rush? Direct you... Yes, I'll be right there. The inspector hurriedly jumps off the truck, not even sparing Springfield a glance. All inspections here are suspended for the day. So they didn't get in? I've been lining up since before dawn. I need to go to the hospital to see my daughter. This is outrageous. Ignoring the surrounding complaints and curses, the security gate slowly closes. The soldiers responsible for security blocking the crowd, I'm guessing. There's a translation issue there. Attempting to rush the gate, then begin assembling to head toward gate number 3. Springfield watches the gate behind her seal shut, leaving her and the truck stranded within the inspection area of the checkpoint. She can't help but sigh.
Oh dear. That was way too close for comfort. I was hoping you could step in sooner. I just didn't want the cafe manager to think we're too meddlesome.
Springfield reloads the cargo back into the truck. As she steps down, the barricade blocking the vehicle is instantly lowered, and the road ahead opens to her. Springfield hops into the truck and starts the engine, her gaze falling once more on that family. In front of the truck, the family that had been beside her in line stands there helplessly. Springfield hesitates, then issues a request through level 2.
Let's help them out, too. Just this once, okay?
Springfield shoots the father a subtle look.
Go on.
What?
Go. Take the children and start your new life. As long as your family stays together, things will work out.
I love Springfield. Just then the gate in front of the family opens as well. The couple freezes for a moment, then realizes what Springfield has done for them. They bow deeply toward her in gratitude and hurry through the gate with their 2 children. Springfield watches them leave, her eyes gleaming gently.
May your future be filled with hope.
Aww. The last transport truck to pass inspection accelerates away from the checkpoint. After exiting the not very long arch passage, the once empty passenger seat is now somehow occupied by a figure. You're such a meddler. Now you owe someone yet another favor. Macchiato props her chin on her hand glumply, clearly not in a very good mood.
They were already here to help anyway. Helping a few more people barely takes any effort.
I didn't have to step in at all.
This isn't your fault, Macchiato. You did a splendid job creating a diversion.
Exactly. The timing arranged so perfectly. Who could have guessed we'd run into such a stubborn inspector? Macchiato is such a squeak. A loving mother, you mean? Oh no, Macchiato. I thought you said Springfield. I read it as Springfield for a second. Macchiato, just a grumpy, a grumpy old tsundere. Yeah, okay. No, yeah. That matches the description you guys have given me. Hey, Broken, how's it going? How's it going? Good to see you again.
Even in the Green Zone, there are pig-headed people like that.
Niva? Don't just hack into other people's comms channels.
Sorry. I was just checking whether our comms were secure. I just happened to overhear your conversation right after I finished. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. Cross my heart.
Couldn't you have at least told us that you were opening the checkpoint gates directly?
Well, tweaking city defense authorizations here and there isn't a big deal, but we still have to submit our operation logs, you know. We should try and keep things as low profile as possible. If it weren't for the fact that the collateral damage was about to happen on Springfield's end, letting everything play out naturally would have been the best solution, wouldn't it? Anyway, it's great that there are no unnecessary casualties. I'm still... Springfield is awesome. I love her so much. She was putting on gloves. She was ready to take that inspector out. She was on point. We're already close to Lviv now. From now on, everything will be a piece of cake. But the security measures around Lviv look more stringent than we expected. Miss Leva, what exactly is this technology summit they're preparing for? Oh, that. Your database should have information on the Girard Group, right? As a leading giant in the tech sector, they regularly invite industry big shots to hold summits under the banner of academic exchange. Although a lot of this year's new research gets unveiled at the event, the grand finale is usually the announcement of the Girard Group's latest cutting-edge technological advancements. So even though it's called a technology summit, bringing together industry elites, it's really just the Girard Group's annual show-off event. Even so, security measures at this level seem a bit overkill, don't they? Yeah, which makes it pretty obvious. The real purpose of ramping up security is to deal with us. To deal with Nomfa? If I remember correctly, the Nomfa should have a pretty solid footing in Lviv, shouldn't it? That's true. Otherwise, Kalina wouldn't have chosen this location. But things have been shifting rather rapidly these days. The local administration has been getting less and less cooperative, if you catch my drift. As soon as Mr. Kreuger arrived in Lviv, he was escorted straight to a reception hotel designated by the Girard Group. For now, his actions aren't restricted, but even someone as distinguished as the director of Nomfa probably wouldn't enjoy having to bring 2 bodyguards with him just to use the restroom. The bureaucracy here has been infiltrated by the conglomerates to this extent already. This is more complicated than expected. Looks like we need to act quickly. Miss Leva, although there are still a few hours until the scheduled handoff, I'm worried that delaying any further might cause something to go wrong. Can we contact Kalina now and proceed with the handoff? She's right next to me, actually. Leva's voice disappears for a few seconds. An early handoff is no problem at all. After all, we've already been waiting for you at the abandoned warehouse designated as the exchange point. But first, we need to be sure. Don't worry, I promise we're not being followed. We've shaken off everyone who tried to track us outside the purification zone. As expected of Zuchero's manager, the commander really made the right call in trusting this mission to you. Let's bring the handoff forward. I've received the coordinates on my end. Okay. See you in 20. Cheers, stay hydrated. My throat's already getting dry. Oh, this is also... I need to prepare myself. Okay. Inside an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the satellite city, 2 figures slip in through the warehouse's rear door. After confirming that the interior is secure, the human woman lowers the gun in her hand and nods to the doll beside her. That's Leva and Kalina. Leva, check the surroundings one more time. Roger. You think it's too quiet, then? Quiet is how it should be, but I just can't help but shake an uneasy feeling. Through her neural cloud, Leva runs a full check of all the cameras and detectors she has deployed. Under their surveillance, no one can enter this place unnoticed. Everything is normal. Leva nods to Kalina. Kalina relaxes slightly, then picks up the radio and contacts outside. Observation team, report the situation around us. Observation team has detected no abnormalities, ma'am. Confirm the thermal imaging scan once again. Thermal imaging shows only our personnel in the area, no other heat sources. Stay alert. Rapid response team, report your status. Ready for combat at any time. Evacuation routes are covered by our firepower. Awaiting instructions. Stand by and wait for further orders. Yes, ma'am.
Leva? Something just feels off. Have you noticed anything unusual? No, everything looks normal. But that's exactly why I feel uneasy. Lena, give me a status report.
The view from the rooftop's pretty nice, you know. Same conclusion as the observation team on my end. Forget enemies, there isn't even an ant. Leva, want to swap positions?
No need. You stay outside and enjoy the fresh air.
You're always looking out for me.
Help me scan the northwest sector again. I'm detecting a slight irregular connection signal. Can you locate the signal source?
Running a full spectrum scan? I'm not detecting any signal here.
Nothing at all?
Oh, Kalina, I see them. It's Springfield. They haven't changed at all.
Kalina glances at the time. It matches exactly the time Leva and Springfield had agreed on earlier. She raises the communicator in her hand. Target has entered designated range. All security teams move to level 1. Roger. Let the transport vehicle in. Outside the warehouse, the hum of an engine draws closer, then gradually comes to a stop. Leva and Kalina exchange a look and pull up the rolling shutter that covers the warehouse entrance. Once the vehicle stops, Springfield hops down from the driver's seat first. She gives Kalina a slight bow.
Miss Kalina, sorry to have kept you waiting.
You've had a long trip.
Did everything go smoothly on the way? We ran into a bit of trouble, but thanks to everyone's help, it was all resolved.
Thank you for your hard work. We should have provided more support, but we ran into some thorny problems earlier and really couldn't spare the manpower.
You're too kind. You've always taken good care of us these years. This is the least we could do.
It's just that the original route seemed under surveillance. Otherwise, it would have been safest for Macchiato and me to escort the target all the way to Lviv for the handoff. It's a sensible idea. You've already done very well. Leave the rest to us.
Then we'll leave it in your hands.
The commander is very concerned about this matter. Both about Helena and Paradius. Hearing Springfield's words, Kalina's expression grows grave. I understand. When I meet the commander, I'll explain everything from beginning to end.
That would be for the best.
While Kalina is conversing with Springfield, Leva looks past her toward the distance as if confirming something. Meanwhile, Macchiato walks in and sets down the sealed container that had been hidden deep in the cargo hold. With a heavy thump, the container hits the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Every time I have to move this thing, I'm speechless. This box is seriously heavy. Even though it just contains a girl. The materials used for this container's automatic defense systems are the real deal. Kalina steps closer to the container, but it suddenly starts to quiver. What's wrong? That's the sign of the defense system entering alert mode. Did this happen at any time during transport? No, the commander sorted out Macchiato and my identification permissions before the transport mission. Leva, try stepping back. Leva scans the container warily. With a frown, she follows Kalina's instruction and backs away, but the container continues to shake. How could this be? Eva looks at her surroundings. Within her neural cloud, feeds from the camera and scanners flash by rapidly, but whether in the outside world or within her neural cloud, the situation is the same. All is still and quiet. Yet the very stillness makes Leva highly incredulous. Through level 2 in her neural cloud, she senses a faint but persistent connection request still flickering. Are any of you sensing a nearby connection request signal? A request signal? Springfield looks at Macchiato in confusion. Macchiato shakes her head as well. I'm not sensing anything. If it were an enemy, they wouldn't be so brazen about it. There's only one possibility. Leva raises all the firewalls in her neural cloud to maximum. After a moment's hesitation, she accepts the request. The connection's established. Nothing happens. Then, after a long while, a string of characters is transmitted. 66616C7365. This is a key? No. It's hexadecimal coding. False? Liva activates the key. In an instant, her neural cloud is assaulted by what feels like crashing waves. Her offensive firewalls immediately counterattack, but the opposing signal vanishes at once. The firewalls sever all connection interfaces, isolating Liva's neural cloud once more. Ugh. Forcefully disconnected by the attack, Liva suddenly realizes something. She takes stock of her surroundings, only to find fully armed mechanical units all around them. What? Liva immediately raises her hand and strikes the mechanical unit that has already approached the container. Find cover, now! What's going on? Our level 2's been breached. Wait, Kalina, you can't see them either? See what? Kalina looks around in confusion, but still draws her sidearm warily. In Liva's view, the mechanical units are drawing their weapons as well. Everyone down! Fire at the positions I've marked! Springfield and Macchiato immediately draw their weapons. Liva fires controlled shots at any position she can see, while the other dolls raise their guns and fire at targets that are invisible to them. Imagine that! A combat against people you can't see. The mechanical units are all hit precisely and collapse to the ground. Do you still have the Zener protocol? Macchiato and both still have it. Close your level 2 interfaces and connect to me via the Zener protocol. Springfield and Macchiato do as instructed. The moment the connection is established, they too see the mechanical units on the ground sparking. What? How did they get in? What are you even talking about? To think they could even mask them from a human's physical eyesight. Just what is this? After the mechanical units are destroyed, the container finally stops shaking. Lena, have you spotted any enemies? Enemies? No? Connect to my remote control permissions. What about now? What? No? Why are there mechanical units everywhere? Kalina, what about the people we deployed? Observation team, do you copy? Rapid response team, can you hear me? There's no response over the radio. Damn it. Just who the hell are they? Liva, enemies are charging near the warehouse! Fall back and regroup. Everyone, prepare to engage. Dang. It's quiet. Too quiet. Yeah, okay, it's these things. We fought in the combat. What are all these? Can't believe this got this close without me noticing. Against dolls, it's electronic attacks against humans. Hallucinogens or poison gas? I'm afraid it's something like that. I'm not worried about electronic attacks. I'm afraid that Miss Kalina's been hurt in some other way. Let's wrap this up quickly. We'll take care of any other business after we take them out. Yep, I'll help too. Yes. Why is I to get to play this while my roommate is not here? I'd admit it'd be funny if I did it while he was in the room. That would be really funny, but in hindsight, it would be funny. Though I'd probably get interrogated harder than a terrorist. Are the enemies dealt with? It seems to have quieted down. So did that key allowed her to see them? Suddenly, a series of noises come from outside the warehouse. Kalina frowns as she hears them. Those are PSA sirens. Outside the warehouse, the screech of vehicles braking hard can be heard, followed by multiple sets of footsteps drawing closer and closer. This is PSA of LVI-13. Drop your weapons immediately! This is field personnel of NAMFA conducting an active operation. You have no authority to interfere. And we're to take your word for it? Drop your weapons! We must verify your identities. If you refuse, we launch an assault! From the extremely forceful tone, it's clear that they're prepared for attack. Kalina signals Liva to stay calm. They're from PSA. We can't just open fire. Looks like the first strike failed, so now they're switching to underhanded tactics. They can't easily move against us either. Let's see what they're up for and play it by ear. Kalina gestures to the other dolls, who quickly move to conceal the container holding Helena in a hidden corner. I've called for reinforcements. Our people will arrive in 15 minutes. Let's hope we can hold out that long. Kalina nods. She clears her throat and calls out toward the outside. We've lowered our weapons! You may enter! PSA officers, please enter the warehouse and conduct your inspection. There may be senior officers of the URNC inside. Please escort them to me courteously. Understood! Armed PSA personnel enter the warehouse. Kalina raises her hands and presents her credentials. I'm a Level 2 counselor and regional security supervisor of the sub-bureau under the Non-Military Forces Administration, currently carrying out a special field operation. What operation? You don't have the authority to know. Under Kalina's imposing sense of presence, the armed officer doesn't dare act rashly. He takes the credentials, flips through them, then hands them to someone who appears to be the team leader. That person walks off and pauses them to another indistinct figure in the distance. The moment she enters Kalina's field of view, Kalina's nerves snap taut. The one now standing before her is not human, but a meticulously dressed third-gen doll. Her suit is perfectly tailored. Like a highly trained senior butler from a noble estate, her every movement radiates elegance and composure. Aw, who is it? She inclines her head slightly, examining Kalina's credentials with near-reverent courtesy. Her fingers, fluid and graceful, turn the pages lightly. Then she looks up, a gentle and polite smile on her lips, while her eyes resemble fine porcelain displayed in an old mansion. Flawless on the surface, but hiding something deeply unsettling within. Oh, you're ugly. Sierra Council of Numfa. Please accept my sincerest apologies for receiving you in such a manner. It's truly disgraceful. She has a rapier? Oh, wait, what is that? I don't know. It looks weird. You're certainly fast and polite. Efficiency and elegance are virtues that naturally complement one another. As a standard of next-generation etiquette, we strive to integrate the two perfectly in order to provide the most attentive service. Her voice is rich and smooth, her tone refined and courteous. Surely the Public Security Administration doesn't have a doll as high-end as you in their ranks. You have a keen eye. I am indeed not a doll registered under the PSA, but here in a support capacity. The doll gives Kalina a slight nod. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a special representative of the Girard Group. Okay, great. Another one to kill. For security affairs in Lviv and the surrounding region, you may call me Igla. You have an ugly name and an ugly face. Anyone ever told you that? I was just informed that there has been some unusual activity in this area. You should be aware that the Girard Group also undertakes security operations for the cities around Lviv, so we could hardly ignore the PSA's request for assistance. Additionally, with the upcoming summit place higher demands on Lviv, I felt it necessary to personally lead a team here to assess the situation. Based on our preliminary observations, it appears that a rather intense conflict has taken place here. Perhaps you would be willing to share what you witnessed? After all, maintaining peace in the city is a goal we share. Igla's gaze rests gently yet intently on Kalina, then casually sweeps toward the corner behind her. That seemingly idle glance feels as if though it sees straight through everything. Her smile never wavers, polite and composed, yet exerting invisible pressure. As you can see, Numfa's carrying out its assigned task. We were suddenly attacked by unknown mechanical units, but fortunately our field personnel repelled them. What an unfortunate incident. Igla inclines her head gracefully. She's saying unfortunate, yeah, because it didn't go her way. Offering a perfectly measured gesture of apology as if though expressing regret for an inconvenience she did not cause. Her expression remains impeccably pleasant, save for the intense focus in her eyes, like a predator locking onto its prey. Upon closer thought, I can't help but notice an interesting coincidence. The attack seems to have had a very specific target. Eagle looks toward a spot, the very place where the container is hidden. As a security officer of Nomfa, I'm sure you're aware that firing weapons within a satellite city is a serious matter. Self-defense, bro. And even more serious than gunfire. The covert entry of hazardous items that could threaten regional security into the heart of the city. Although this may displease you, my duties require me to conduct an appropriate investigation into you and your subordinates. Please come with us. You literally don't have power over them.
Additionally, it is necessary for us to thoroughly inspect this area for any potentially dangerous items. I trust you won't mind.
You have no authority to investigate us or inspect this area. Numpha's mission is still ongoing. Now that you know we're on duty, leave immediately.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Even if I were willing, the PSA officers simply cannot ignore suspected illegal activity within their jurisdiction. Though we belong to different departments, for the sake of the city's safety, I must ask you follow the proper procedures and cooperate with law enforcement to avoid unnecessary losses.
Procedurally speaking, the local PSA has no authority to enforce the law against the counselor of the Numpha, and as outsourced security, you have even less. If you truly crave authority that much, submit an investigation request through the Chief of Lviv. You may have my unconditional cooperation immediately.
I must be frank, this confrontational attitude of yours brings no benefit whatsoever.
Igla raises his hand slightly. The surrounding PSA officers immediately raise their guns. The dolls raise theirs in response.
Oh my, how surprising.
Igla turns her gaze toward Liva, who smiles back while leveling her gun at Igla.
You don't seriously believe that just because you're a third-gen doll you can overpower Numphas, can you? I'm not quite sure what you mean. You're quite the joker.
Beneath their smiles, countless streams of light flash through their eyes. Within Leva's level 2, a signal source at point-blank range attempts to forcibly connect to her neural cloud. Massive amounts of data crash violently against Leva's offensive firewalls. The signal source launches high-speed, high-density attacks against all her ports, but the key activated earlier provides Leva with a complete decoding logic, allowing her to dismantle those lethal viruses within the limits of her processing power.
I'd advise you, Miss Special Representative, not to act rashly. Let's leave aside the fact that we could take you out even if we strike first. If anything happens to the counselor, the Girard group would be held responsible. Would probably get plowed into the ground and turned into next year's fertilizer. Are you sure that's acceptable?
Igla frowns slightly, then resumes her original smile and addresses Leva.
You're also quite the jokester. Of course we wouldn't act rashly. However, you did remind me of something important. The counselor should indeed take good care of her health. If something were to happen to her, we wouldn't be able to shoulder the responsibility.
Igla casts a meaningful look towards Kalina. Leva's gaze is drawn there as well. Kalina keeps her gun trained on Igla, but suddenly her chest heaves. She coughs several times, then collapses in an uncontrollable, violent coughing fit. She covers her mouth and nose, but blood spills through her fingers and drips on the ground with each cough. What? It's the poison?
Oh dear, the counselor seems to be suffering from acute radiation sickness. If she doesn't seek treatment, the damage might be irreversible, you know.
Kalina drops weakly to one knee, but immediately raises a hand to signal that she can still hold on.
I'm fine. My immunity is still pretty strong.
Bracing herself against her knee, she forces herself back up, wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth, and raises her gun at Igla. Even if I die here, I won't leave. Igla shows the same confident smile as before. She bows slightly and gestures for the other armed personnel to lower their weapons.
Then let's wait a little longer.
Suppressing the urge to shoot the wench named Igla in the face right there and then, Leva rapidly calculates how to eliminate every enemy present as quickly as possible. They've cunningly deployed human armed personnel, all wearing full coverage helmets. There's no telling what they've released into the air. As for Igla herself, just defending against her EW attacks is already taxing. Crippling her through electronic warfare is nearly impossible. Judging from the PSA setup, they must have prepared for Numpha reinforcements. The chances of Numpha reinforcements reaching into this place in just 15 minutes are smaller than her winning the lottery. And Kalina clearly can't hold out in her current condition. She already has a history of Elid. Her life will be at risk if this continues. Boom! While Leva's neurocloud is racing, a massive explosion suddenly erupts within the warehouse. Almost simultaneously, the dolls all look toward the same spot. The location of the container now shrouded in smoke.
Looks like the real guests have arrived.
Igla doesn't hesitate for even a second. Abandoning the doll she has been facing moments ago, she immediately rushes toward the explosion. Kalina tries to follow, but her legs give out and she collapses. This little bitch. Leva rushes to her side at once, trying to help her up. Kalina pushes her away and issues an order. Don't worry about me! Go after her! Leva shoots a furious glaze at the PSA personnel Igla has left behind and roars at them. Call an ambulance right now! If anything happens, it'll be your heads rolling. On it. Thrown into chaos by a sudden explosion, Eagle's departure, the PSA officers fall into disarray. Their leader starts calling for medical support over the radio. Take Kalina to the hospital. Manager, help protect Kalina. Leave it to us. Just go. Liva gives Kalina one last look and then dashes toward the site of the explosion. Dang, okay. Oh, wait. Why would Kalina be there then? Voimastina sprints at full speed with the container slung over her shoulder. The box is shaking violently. She clamps it tightly with her arm to keep it from slipping free. So no, they're not authorized. So are they not on our team? I thought they were on our team, or they were on our side. Alva runs alongside her, but unlike Voimastina, keeps her head down, continuously working on the terminal in her hand. I question the decision we just made. Alva doesn't look up, her finger is still flying across the terminal. You mean when Namfa was attacked? Timing was bad, we shouldn't have intervened. This was my initial thought as well, which is why I helped Leva. Facing a third-gen doll puts enormous pressure on her. The key ensures she won't be crushed outright. Oh, so that's who gave us the key. It was Alva. But even so, they failed to uphold their responsibility. The terminal emits a crisp, unlocking chime. The container on Voimastina's shoulders stops quivering. Alva finally turns to look at Voimastina. Okay, so she got perms for them? Although this container wasn't part of our original mission, the Namfa had already lost effective control over it. If this continues, the Girard group will obtain O43. That's an unacceptable risk. So we have to change the plan. I don't understand. You didn't disclose the full plan to me. Alva lets out a sigh. I'm sorry, Voimastina. You're right, I didn't explain it clearly. This was her request. O43 must not fall into the hands of any conglomerate. Not a single one. Not even Namfa? Okay. We still don't know what role O43 plays in Project Eden, nor do we understand the project's full scope. She has been active inside the Girard group for a long time, yet still uncovered nothing. So now we can only rely on ourselves. That's why, in addition to this mission, we need to take her back. Nell will conduct a comprehensive examination. Maybe we'll find some clues. Only then can we determine how far Paradius' scheme has progressed. Carrying this container significantly reduces our chance of completing the mission. Maybe we should find an opportunity to return it to Namfa. No. Can Namfa not be trusted? I trust Mr. Kreuger, and I trust Miss Kalina, but I can't say the same for everyone else. If the URNC were truly untrustworthy, we wouldn't have broken away from State Sec in the first place. So what do you plan to do with it? The Girard group is almost done for, but it still possesses the capacity to cause enormous damage. Even though Mr. Kreuger has done everything he possibly can, I'm still concerned that Namfa's plans may veer far from what they anticipate. If instability erupts within Girard, the situation will become irreversible. Voimastina pauses slightly, then nods and says no more. The silence between them carries an unspoken mutual understanding. In the distance, the sound of running engines and footsteps draw closer. Looks like the enemy's catching up. I'll prep the vehicle. Give me the container. It'll just hold you back. We rendezvous at the extraction point. Understood. Voimastina watches Alva leave, then silently she turns in the opposite direction, checks her weapon, and runs towards the enemy with heavy, deliberate strides. So they're called marionette dolls. Fake ass bitch. What? Sorry. What did I say? Huh? Can I go over here? I can. Just put it on auto, though. Oh. I need a doink. A doink. Ooh. Yeah, I tapped out for a second there. I was just checking on stream. After taking down the last pursuer, Voimastina scans her surroundings. Once she confirms the area is secure, she prepares to relocate. Thud. Just as Voimastina is about to move, a razor-sharp gaze, one that seems to pierce through every electromagnetic disturbance on the battlefield, locks on her like a precision-guided weapon. Her instincts trigger instantly. Before conscious thought can catch up, her body pivots. In 0.1 seconds, her right hand draws her MP-443 tactical pistol, the muzzle snapping precisely towards the source of the gaze. At that very moment, Voimastina's system experiences a rare stall. She stands in an open tactical zone, deliberately chosen to maximize attracting enemy fire while ensuring clear line of sight for battlefield control. Her first assessment is that the enemy has deployed a sniper team for long-range suppression, but her Wolf's Eye full-spectrum scan detects no thermal signatures or electronic traces of conventional weapons. Yet her intuition has never been wrong. Tempered through countless battles, it has become an integral component of her combat system. She raises her head slightly. Wolf Eye automatically shifts to maximum magnification, piercing the night mist to lock onto a distant target. On the edge of the battlefield, over a kilometer from the engagement zone, atop a high-rise overlooking warehouse, a slender figure stands in silence. You should shoot. Even with Wolf Eye, Voimastina must run the system at full power, clearly capture the figure's image. It's a woman dressed in an elegant, masculine, formal suit, poised and graceful, with neatly styled short hair and movements that radiate near-perfect refinement. It's the opposite of a femboy. It's a mask girl? I don't know. I don't know what the opposite of a femboy is called. Voimastina maintains her firing stance. Rational analysis tells her that a standard pistol is meaningless at this range, yet a more primal combat instinct refuses to let her lower her guard. Across such an immense distance, every sensor in her body simultaneously enters maximum alert, a phenomenon she's never experienced before, not even when she infiltrated Avernus alone. Her combat instincts scream a single conclusion. This person is a genuine threat. As if sensing Voimastina's wariness, the elegant woman tilts her head slightly and says something to a fully armed operative beside her. Through her wolf eye, Voimastina sees the operative salute, open a specialized case, and respectfully present it to the woman. With a flick of her wrist, the equipment is revealed in full. A tactical spear forged from a special ultra-high-density alloy, its surface glinting coldly. Such weapons are typically ceremonial ornaments, not tools of actual combat. But in the next instant, the woman's movement sends every one of Voimastina's senses screaming. She grips the spear gracefully, spins it in a motion as fluid as a dance, and then with something utterly unbelievable happens. Holding the spear in one hand, she leans back slightly, and with a flawless throwing posture, hurls it towards Voimastina over a kilometer away. The air shrieks as the spear tears through it like a silver bolt of lightning, traveling at armor-piercing round velocity across an inconceivable distance. Voimastina's system calculates hundreds of evasion patterns, but her body makes a different choice. She holsters her pistol, lowers her center of gravity, and precisely catches the spear midair with her right hand. Boom! The colossal impact force carves deep grooves into the ground beneath her boots, sending her skidding several meters before she stabilizes. The ground surface fractures under the force, cracking, spreading out like a spider web. This is not power a normal human could unleash, nor an impact a standard T-doll could withstand. Voimastina looks down at the spear in her hand. Etched delicately along the shaft is a single line of text. Looking forward to making your acquaintance, Igla. Beep. Snowwolf now at rendezvous. White Mastiff, report your position. White Mastiff en route. Over. The call ends. Voimastina lifts her head and looks toward the distant buildings. A dull numbness pulses through her wrist. The impact was too much even for the components in her arm. A sensation she has never experienced before surges within her, a sense of inevitability, like two planets being drawn together by gravity, destined to collide in a spectacular catastrophe someday. Oh, is she not going to be playable because she's going to sacrifice herself and, like, die and to kill Igla or something? Don't do that. She'll have an Earl back up. However, the elegant woman in menswear has already vanished into the night, as if she had never been there at all. I love how they're highlighting the fact that she's cross-dressing. It's funny. You're not a prince, bro. Oh, my throat is already giving out. Whoosh, boom! A dull sound tears through the air, and a blazing fireball blooms in the night. A jeep racing down a narrow road is struck dead on by a precision-guided rocket. The shockwave throws out a ring of heat, shattering all the nearby windows. Damn it! Well-authorized heavy artillery! Headquarters explicitly stated urban combat restriction protocols. The target item is rated A+. Any damage will result in... At least we can cut off their escape route. Wait. Scans show the vehicle interior is empty? Whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. Just then, a string of precise gunshots cuts off the security team's transmission. Alva and Voimastina appear simultaneously from cover 3 blocks away. They are covered in light dust and scorch marks, yet their combat efficiency remains completely unaffected. Yeah, these two are badass. Their perfectly coordinated crossfire suppresses the entire pursuit squad. The private armed security forces bearing the Girard Group insignia clearly did not anticipate this. Task Force Defy has not only evaded encirclement, but has already completed a counter-maneuver, turning from prey into ambushers. Keep moving. Don't stop. Urban surveillance systems have locked onto our signatures. In 7 minutes, Girard's 3rd Heavy Blockade Unit will reach the outer perimeter of the combat zone. To whoever... I know they're not going to see this, but because even I forgot who it was. To whoever last time was saying, like, why even make gen dolls, like, when you can just send humans into combat? Or give humans the capability or whatever? It's because of this. Because they can calculate this many possibilities, and their body can be this reinforced, and things like this. This is your answer. Which I said last time, but they didn't really believe me. Do we execute the contingency plan? Yes. Switch to plan B. Disrupt their deployment as much as possible. When that's done, proceed to second extraction point. Keep the channel open. I've notified the support unit. Without wasting a breath, Alva gives a slight nod and swiftly adjusts her comms to their standard encryption mode. She then shoulders the capsule containing the critical cargo and leaps nimbly into a gap amidst the dense architecture of Lviv's green zone. Her figure melds into the neon-lit steel jungle, vanishing into the night in an instant. Voimastina remains where she is, deliberately exposing her movements to every surveillance system. She is the decoy, the core executor of the diversion. The night in the satellite cities around Lviv should be lively and bustling. Colorful neon lights illuminate the commercial streets lined with buildings that blend Eastern European tradition with modern design. This place should be packed with the nightlife seekers and tourists, mocking those who struggle desperately just to survive. Yet now the streets are completely deserted, as if the entire city had been evacuated by some invisible force. Voimastina looks up directly at the armed helicopter flying toward her. The searchlight of the tactical chopper illuminates her figure in stark clarity. On this empty battlefield, she stands like an unshakable mountain, awaiting the coming storm. Whoosh. Boom! Target hit! The helicopter's side gunner excitedly confirms the hit. The launcher, still smoking in his hand, gives proof to his precise strike. Maintain altitude. Deploy ground teams for battlefield confirmation. Watch the surroundings. Her allies may still be lying... Wait, what's that? The thick smoke and dust from the missile's explosion blanket the entire area. Combined with turbulent heat currents among buildings, infrared imaging is nearly useless, just as the helicopter descends to deploy the confirmation team. Come. A violent, unnatural gale erupts from the center of the smoke. A dark shadow rockets upward, breaking free of gravity's pull. The figure is still wreathed in lingering smoke, like a Valkyrie from a myth taking flight. Thwack! That's impossible! A hand seemingly clad in steel clamps firmly onto the landing skid. The immense force tilts the entire helicopter to one side, its frame emitting a dangerous metallic screech. Enemies on the helicopter! Voimastina hauls herself into the cabin and immediately delivers a precise, crushing punch that sends the nearest armed operative flying out of the open hatch. The fully equipped tactical soldier is hurled hundreds of meters away, vanishing into the night like a feather. Sick! The helicopter crew consists of 13 tactical elites, all specially trained to counter high-performance T-Dolls, veterans of two-person coordination and squad combat. And she's just soloing 13 people. That's crazy. In addition, 4 non-biometric droids are deployed inside the cabin, mechanized combat tools more efficient than humans, executing orders with absolute merciless precision. Hey, Sleepy, how's it going? Are you feeling any better? Their weapons all lock onto Voimastina before humans can react. However, faced with true difference in power, even the finest training, the most flawless coordination, and the most advanced equipment are nothing more than meaningless numbers. Blades slice through the arteries and cables. At extremely high proximity and speed, weapons clatter the floor before a single shot can be fired, along with bodies that have grown limp. When the pilot turns at the sound behind him, his eyes fall on the body strewn across the cabin, and a T-Doll standing at the entrance making a silencing gesture. Voimastina gives the pilot one last look. When she's certain he won't attempt anything dangerous, she leaps from the helicopter as it continues circling at low altitude. She lands solidly on the rooftop of a mid-rise building. The impact fractures the concrete, yet she merely bends her knees lightly to absorb the force before straightening once more. She has deliberately spared the pilot to prevent the helicopter from crashing out of control and causing unnecessary civilian casualties. Even though this exposes her position, Defy has its own principles. Besides, her current mission is to draw the attention, to create space for Alva and the extraction team. Drones airdrop combat droids near Voimastina, but both the enemy and she herself know that this isn't going to be any use. I don't know, something like that, I didn't see. Well, we still, they're definitely not bad. We've met Alva before. Alva's not bad, but I don't know that they're entirely on our side either. They may just work on different principles. Oh, not you. Not you, cross-dresser. Cross-dresser. As Eminem said, male cross-dresser, fake-ass bitch. And I'll probably get shit for that, but you can all suck my dick. In fact, fuck them, fuck you, fuck Dre, fuck Jimmy, fuck them. Fuck mom and kids, the brats. At last we meet, AK-15. Your reputation precedes you. It's truly an honor. I hope you like this welcome gift. Please grace me with a demonstration. Show me the power of the strongest from the previous generation. She's only a Gen 2? I thought for sure Voimastina was a Gen 3. Come. Oh, cutscene, let's go! She's sick. I'm saving for her. Oh my gosh! Farewell. Nice! Wait, did that actually work? No way, right? Oh no, that's what she wanted. Alva was on extract. Dang. Amidst the wreckage, Igla surveys the site of devastation, lifting a hand to her head and rolling her neck. Lady Igla! I must admit, meeting the legendary AK-15 in this manner has been quite Enlightening experience. I hate how all these dolls are just so fucking stupid.
Though the outcome is somewhat regrettable.
What? Squad after squad of Gerard's armed forces rapidly encircle the area, professionally raising their weapons and establishing a perimeter. In fact, these units have been observing the entire battlefield from a safe distance, but after witnessing a confrontation that defies comprehension, not a single person dares to intervene. If this were an ordinary firefight, some brave soldiers might have approached. But the clash between Igla and Voimastina had already exceeded the boundaries of conventional combat power. The suffocating exchange of force compels every combatant present to wisely choose observation over interference.
Prepare a new formal outfit for me. If possible, I'd like the same style. Also, please deliver the complete battlefield data log and loss assessment report to my office within 2 hours.
Igla's voice is smooth and velvety, her phrasing polite and refined, yet carrying an elegance and authority that brooks no refusal. I hope she dies. She inclines her head slightly and offers her subordinates a proper smile, as though they are merely attendees at a salon. Perhaps it's because she fully understands the nature of her own power that she does not reprimand those who fail to provide support. Instead, she shows a hint of approval for their wise decision to keep their distance. Igla pinches the slightly damaged cuff of her sleeve, her movements focused and graceful. She extracts a pristine white handkerchief from her breast pocket and gently wipes the remaining... You mean her breast pocket that's flat as a fucking 2x4? And gently wipes the remaining blood from her cheek, as if powdering her nose at a banquet. Her gaze drifts to the steel spike on the ground, stained with her own blood, while the flawless smile on her lips never falters.
If I may ask, where are our guests now?
Yes, ma'am. 2 target dolls are still fleeing. They seem to have entered an underground facility. We've lost their precise location.
I see.
Igla narrows her eyes.
So their objective was never escape.
Although she admits the encounter has been an enjoyable diversion, she must also concede that she has no time to continue playing games with the two from Defy.
Recall the security forces to headquarters.
Huh? Everyone's coming back with me. Was I not clear enough? Yes, understood.
All that ruckus and you still didn't catch them.
Just as Eagle is about to issue orders to pursue, a female voice tinged with unmistakable mockery suddenly comes from nearby. Yeah, get 'em! A small figure suddenly steps out of the shadows, entering the glow of the streetlights. Eagle looks slightly surprised. She hadn't sensed the approach of a doll at all.
Miss Leva. Please forgive my surprise, but I thought you would be staying by Miss Kalina's side at this time.
To ensure her safety.
I'm not a medical doll. Instead of standing around doing nothing, I'd rather be doing something more important.
Something more important? Igla tilts her head slightly. So does that halo give her, like, a second life or something?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. For example, making someone pay. A certain doll who obstructed the URNC's agencies in carrying out their duties and deliberately injured an important official.
Oh my, as the guardians of the city, the Garad Group will naturally spare no effort in helping you bring this unscrupulous doll to justice. Please provide me with sufficient evidence, and I'll devote the greatest possible resources to accomplishing this important matter.
Oh, there will be evidence. All in good time.
As a field doll of Namfa, I'll be conducting an investigation here.
I trust you won't object.
By all means. Igla makes a polite gesture, clearly uninterested in further entanglement. If you have no further instructions, I should take my leave and continue arranging the encirclement of other potential threats.
Oh, that reminds me.
Just as Igla turns to leave, Leva speaks up again, her mocking tone now carrying a hint of threat. Please hit her with something where it's actually going to break her facade.
About the group that launched the initial surprise attack on us? They don't seem to be affiliated with these two potential threats. Do you have any guesses on who they might be? Lady Igla.
Thank you for your intel. I will see to the investigation.
I will ensure that not a single criminal escapes Lviv's justice.
Igla gives Leva one last look and then bows to excuse herself before turning away. Her silhouette, elegant as ever, quickly melts into Lviv's nightscape. Bastard. After confirming that Igla and her forces have withdrawn, Leva swiftly drops the mocking expression from her face. She then looks toward the direction where Voimastina and Alva have disappeared. So it really was them. Defy. Just what are you trying to do? Voimastina is crazy. I will say, Voimastina is possibly one of the most badass characters we have met so far. Like, by far. Like, not even close. Hold on, I want to see how close we are. Oh, great, another freaking text. Oh, great. Sorry, hold on. Always fucking text me on Saturdays. Okay. Yeah, to answer your question, we have about 2 hours left. We're ahead pace a little bit. Partially because I speak faster than most of the voice lines, because Japanese is just a bit differently structured. And my phone's overheating. I really ought to get a new one. Let's see if anyone's signed up for this freaking volunteer thing. Literally no one. How much I want to send to this group chat. Sign up for the freaking volunteer sheet you put me in charge of, or I'll slit all your throats. But alas, according to society, that's not proper. Womp womp. I am sending a very passive-aggressive note to the thing, though. If the clock moves ahead tomorrow... The clock moves ahead, so we get less sleep? Yeah, the clock moves ahead so we get less sleep. If I ever come back to this fucking place, I'm rejecting all of these volunteer assignments. Not going to lie. Kinda pisses me off. Pisses me off. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't want to do this either. Believe me. Gosh, why is freaking Google Sheets such an annoying thing to use? Okay, you know what? I freaking give up. Fine, I'll do it myself. Okay. My bad, you guys. We can continue. Actually, I'd like to see how long the part 1.5 is. A long freaking while. Okay, you know what? Freaking fine. Whatever. After spending some time on the deck of the Elmo getting some fresh air, I head back toward the ops room. The dolls who had been watching the spectacle through the glass earlier have already vanished without a trace, leaving only Mei-Ling in the hangar servicing the drones. She waves to me in the greeting as I come in. Groza can probably tell that I'd rather be alone. After brewing me a cup of coffee, she says she's going to inspect the goods freshly delivered by the underground brokers and excuses herself. I take a sip of coffee and sit down at the command console. I take out the card I received earlier and glance at the route displayed on the console. There's still half a day before we reach Leave's satellite cities. Lately, I've been leaving the Elmo again and again, and every time nothing good ever comes of it. With a sigh, I toss the card aside, clasp my hands behind my head, and look up. At some point, a flying diner gate has already come to hover above me. Holy! Commander, why do you look so troubled again? I don't know that I'm going to be able to do 1.5 today, guys. I'm sorry, but for the sake of my voice acting, like, I don't think I can do 1.5 today. We'll see, but I don't think so. Don't scare me like that. I thought you'd be in a super good mood having just finished catching up with Kryuger. And how did you arrive at that conclusion? Well, look. The diner gate flies over to the card on the desk, circles it once more, and starts projecting Dandelion's image. This is the highest tier identification pass in the Leave region. With this card, you can go anywhere unimpeded. Even if you're armed to the teeth and accompanied by T-dolls, no one would dare inspect you. I didn't know such passes were even a thing. Plenty of officials need unrestricted access. No one wants to be searched routinely. Can I take a look at that card? I raise the card. A scanning beam shines from the diner gate's eyes and rakes over it. This card contains 20 anonymous unrestricted access identities, a reservation for a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel in Lviv, and electronic keys to several buildings around the hotel. Kryuger really understands you. He's already arranged your entire itinerary. After all, without weapons or dolls, you probably won't even dare step foot off the Elmo. Oh, shut up. I wave my hand dismissively. Wait, did I say Usewa? Not? Oh, no, I didn't. You know what? You guys freaking forgot again. Is this a combat one? I forgot to increase the voices. Y'all supposed to tell me. I forget. I peer at the card and then think about what Krieger said to me earlier. Things really aren't what they used to be. Bounty hunters can't change anything if they only ever stay in the yellow zone. If I had greater authority, maybe the dolls around me wouldn't need to risk themselves, and we could handle more, bigger problems than before. But still, even with Krieger and Kalina on my side, I find the Nympha and the URNC as a whole repulsive. Especially that man. I recall that final phone call I had before leaving Griffin, and the frustration and anger started creeping back in immediately. Dandelion studies my expression, tilts her head, and decides to say something.
Speaking of Lviv, I have continued analyzing the data we gathered from the underground research facility in the Yellow Zone. Would you like to hear about it?
Finally. Go on.
The people underground were subject to many atrocious acts. By cross-referencing databases, corresponding cases can be found in past law enforcement archives. This indicates these experiments have been going on for a very long time. Of course, the most valuable information to us is that according to the downloaded data, the test subjects and procedures were systematically categorized. And this categorized data was periodically transmitted externally towards several fixed nodes.
Can those nodes be traced?
Oh, my commander! You know how this underground broker's information relay services work. They go through millions of transfers and layers of obfuscation. For ordinary people, tracing them back would be extraordinarily difficult.
But you're not an ordinary person. I'm in tune with the role, bro. Just as I expected, Dandelion smiles in satisfaction. She quirks an eyebrow and goes on with pride.
Naturally, even the URNC's cyber intelligence agencies would need at least a year or two to crack protection at that level. But I cleverly reallocated more computing power from Heli while handling another project, so it only took a few days.
Huh? Is that really okay?
It's no big deal for now. Anyway, I've traced all the data aggregation nodes to something called Project Eden, and that project directly points to its developers and financiers, the Girard Group. And the Girard Group's headquarters happen to be in Lviv.
Lviv, huh? Based on this trace, we can assume that the Girard Group is cooperating with Paradius and undertaking experiments related to Helena and Bujums.
I don't think the Girard Group alone has the capacity to pull off everything involved in those experiments.
Oh wait, did it?
Besides, Girard, another entity known as Secfam, keeps appearing in the area. Although far less frequently than Girard, from what we've found, Secfam's strength surpasses Girard's by far. Given the current situation in Lviv, Girard may just be an outer shell, a disposable one that looks ready to be abandoned at any time.
Girard is just a scapegoat. So the public trial led by Nympha has little real significance in dismantling Paradius?
Not necessarily. Girard is the main hub of fund circulation, after all. Taking them down is like severing an artery. Besides, without a white glove to handle execution, Paradius' efficiency will drop significantly. It's not a bad thing.
Uprooting even one accomplice is better than no change at all, I suppose.
So, what do you plan to do next, Commander?
I rest my chin on my hand and nod slightly. Maybe things really are moving in a better direction. Maybe it's also time for me to make some changes. Help me gather information on Lviv, both the Girard Group and Nympha. Next, I want to see with my own eyes how the Girard Group will actually be dealt with.
You want to return to your former companions?
Not exactly. I just want to observe a bit longer. Help me develop an action plan. Here's the rough idea. I sketch out my thoughts on paper. The Dynagate flies in a circle overhead as Dandelion withdraws her projection.
Alright, we'll do it your way.
To be safe, let's prepare 3 plans. They shouldn't be difficult for you. Can you give them to me now?
Like, right now?
With your processing power, it shouldn't take more than a second.
You're still a slave driver, as always.
I'll take that as a yes. I pick up the communicator. Groza picks up almost immediately. Commander? Have 404 Zuchero and Monsoon come to the ops room with you. I have something to discuss. Are you planning on personally entering Lviv? You read me like an open book. Understood. I'll summon them right away. Soon enough, the dolls file into the ops room. The scene looks almost identical to the pre-mission briefings from years ago. They're chatting about their previous missions. Once I see everyone's present, I step up to the command console and clear my throat slightly. The room immediately quiets. All eyes turn to me as I gather my thoughts and begin. We're approaching the outskirts of Lviv. Mr. Kryuger visited earlier and gave me a high-level access pass. So I plan to enter Lviv, complete the task Kalina assigned to me earlier, and investigate all information related to Paradius.
We knew all along that you definitely want to go there yourself, Commander.
The other dolls nod in agreement.
Everyone is really worried about Helena. I wonder how the manager and the others are doing now.
The dolls start discussing amongst themselves again, but it doesn't last long before they turn the question back on me.
What do you want us to do, Commander?
I bring up the regional map on the console. The dolls step closer to look. I want to split everyone into 3 groups. Group 1, here, will enter the city with me and participate in the upcoming operation involving Namfa. Group 2 will enter as a rapid response unit and be responsible for gathering intelligence within inside the city. Group 3 will remain aboard the Elmo, handling perimeter security and supporting emergency extraction for Groups 1 and 2 if necessary. Dandelion will explain the details further. The Dynagate flies above the console, drawing everyone's attention.
Right? This operation's practically a sightseeing trip. The Elmo will stop on the edge of the Green Zone's quarantine wall. Group 1, led by the Commander, with Kolfni and Groza acting as close protection. You will enter Lviv and proper the Intercontinental Railway, transferring here and then here. There aren't many satellite city transfers, so in theory, with the pass, your journey should be completely unobstructed. Gotcha! Understood. Group 2 needs to prepare vehicles, bring weapons and equipment into the city, set up safe houses, and monitor area around Group 1. I suggest Klukai lead Group 2, with 404 Team A and Monsoon operating together. The commander will be staying at this hotel, and these are the candidate safe houses nearby. Group 2 needs to scout all of them. We're unfamiliar with Lviv, so as much information as possible on local roads, layout, and social conditions to support the commander's decisions. Emergency extraction plans will be prepared by Group 2. We don't expect the worst-case scenario, but it's better to be prepared. This is child's play for 404. We'll coordinate closely with Leader Klukai. Any task requiring interaction with humans can be left to us. Group 3 must keep the helicopter ready for immediate launch and also take care of the guests aboard the Elmo. Zuchero, you two stay on standby. The remaining members of Team Groza support them as well. We'll take care of everything aboard. Even if you hadn't said it, we'll protect the Elmo anyway. I've already sent everyone the maps, routes, and additional details. If anything's unclear, feel free to ask me anytime. Everyone nods in unison. The dolls assigned to different tasks begin refining their plans in their neural clouds, while teams that need to cooperate start coordinating. The objectives of this operation are manifold. First, ensure Helena's transfer is completed successfully and guarantee her safety. If her safety cannot be guaranteed, then if necessary, we will ensure it ourselves. Second, monitor the Girard group and cooperate with Nomfa's containment actions against them. Most importantly, collect as much intelligence as possible related to Paradius. Uncover the chain behind Helena and the Boojum experiments. The Elmo will reach the vicinity of Lviv in half a day. Everyone, get to work. With all the tasks assigned, the dolls head off to make their respective preparations. Klukai does not leave right away. When most of the dolls have already gone, she walks over to my side and begins to speak. About the choice of personnel to escort you in the city, I think Oh, Klukai just wants us to be safe. She's such a sweetie. Hi, North. Hi, by the way. Sorry, I saw your message. I was in the middle of, I don't want to say acting, but you get the point. Yeah, I don't know about 1.5 today, chat. We'll see. I want to do it, but my voice protests. Because I have been speaking nonstop for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I think, Commander, you should talk it over with Groza. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I think Colfany should stay behind. I freaking hate that little child. That sassy, lost child. I walk over to Groza. She lifts her head and looks at me. What was that just now? You seemed uncertain about the arrangement. Not at all. It's just that... Yes? It's just that I'm not very good at dealing with humans. Once we enter the city, my strengths won't really come into play. And right now there are dolls with stronger combat capabilities aboard the Elmo. There might be better candidates to serve as your escort. I scratch my head. Groza never shows it outright, but it's obvious she's still upset about what I said back then. What did I say back then? Shoot, I forgot. She doesn't look any different, but with her eyes fixed directly on me, I find myself weighing my words with extra care. Well, after entering Lviv, I'll need a partner who can work with me in perfect sync. For that, there's no better choice than you. And this time is different from last time. Back then, both the Elmo and 404 needed you. Without you in the lead, none of the previous missions could have been completed. Our manpower's expanded a lot since then. We're no longer stretched thin as before. Under these circumstances, the best choice is for you to act together with me. Unless you have objections. Groza looks away and turns her gaze to the command console. I feel a quiet sense of relief, like I've just been let off the hook. Commander, have you really thought this through? I nod. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I understand. Groza looks up again and offers me a sincere smile. I can tell you've already made up your mind. Then let's do it your way. Groza looks out the window. I follow her gaze and stare into the distance. As the Elmo advances, the road stretches endlessly ahead. Perhaps it's time for me to take a brand new step forward. Yippee, politics. Cheers, stay hydrated. I don't know if this is just going to be a combat one, so I don't want to start it if I have to voice. Okay, we're good. Is this going to have some significance to the story, or just combat? I think it's just combat. Just combat filler. I'm guessing Act 1.5 is going to be recovering from whatever the heck is going to happen at the end of this act. Because we still have to take care of that male crossdresser. Would it be a male crossdresser or a female crossdresser? I don't know. That sounds wrong, but she literally does crossdress, and the game kind of says that. She kind of calls her a crossdresser, so I'm just going by what the game said. That's all. And she's stupid. I want to punch her in the face. Splish splash. Splish splash, taking a bath. Hurried footsteps kick up in rhythmic splashes that echo through the vast underground passage system. I want to watch those cutscenes again after this, though. Those were so good. In these narrow yet intricate tunnels, sound carries a long way, yet its true source is difficult to pinpoint. Lviv's underground maintenance system is nothing like conventional impression that people tend to have of such places. Within this complex subterranean network, there's almost no odor at all. Clean water flows through the channels, having undergone multiple stages of purification. Every junction and ventilation shaft is precisely engineered to ensure the system's efficient operation. All of this is thanks to the fully automated maintenance works deployed by the Girard Group. The entire system requires virtually no routine human upkeep, and even scheduled inspections only call for a number of of professionally trained dolls to carry out standard maintenance protocols. Since the establishment of Lviv's satellite cities, I'm still going to get used to that pronunciation, chat. But I'm glad I can at least pronounce it somewhat right now, instead of saying leave. This underground system has never suffered a security breach or operational failure, and today is clearly not a scheduled inspection day. We've shaken them off for now, but things aren't looking good. Please elaborate. She's sweating. I mean, I would be after that fight, too. Alva checks the status of her weapon. She removes the magazine, smoothly racks the charging handle, and a round pops out of the chamber. She catches it in her bare hand. Thank you! The attention to detail. So many games, when you pull out a weapon, they rack the they rack the charging handle, and then a round doesn't come out. And then you can pull out the weapon again and rack it again, and a round doesn't come out. And you're like, every time you rack that charging handle, it's moving around into the chamber. So when there's no rounds in the chamber, you do that for the first round in the magazine, because obviously there's no rounds, right? So you do that in the first round. A round will pop out. The previous casing will pop out. And then the new one will go in. But if you do that again, it doesn't fire, and the next round will go out. And I hate that most games get that wrong. It's a pet peeve of mine. I'm like, please, like, every time you pull out the gun, you don't need to rack the charging handle every single time. Like you would be draining your magazine by doing that. Like, rounds would be coming out of your gun every single time you do that. She presses the round back into the magazine, and she puts it back in, and then takes out another pack of ammunition and loads it one round at a time. Once the magazine's full, she seats it back into the weapon and chambers it. Game of the year. Game of the year. Fix my pet peeve. Game of the year. While you were fighting that doll, I checked every possible evacuation route. All routes leading the second extraction point have been sealed off. The Girard group has deployed a large number of armed automatons. Getting bogged down with them would interfere with our mission timeline. Moreover, that doll... Alva hesitates, uncharacteristically unsure on how to describe what she just witnessed. She saw the entire exchange with her own eyes. Voimostina, Erwin, AK-15, the strongest doll in the Neo-Soviet Union, perhaps the strongest doll in the world. In a one-on-one frontal engagement, she gained no advantage at all, and was even suppressed at one point. This wasn't the first time. Long ago, Voimostina had lost once before. Just once. And that single defeat had a deep and lasting impact. Alva has partnered with Voimostina for 10 years now, longer than even her time with the previous Snow Wolf. And yet, at this moment, she still doesn't even know how to begin. She doesn't know what Voimostina would think. The target doll does indeed have superior specs. Under the current conditions, I can't say I have absolute confidence that I'd beat her in a direct confrontation. Voimostina's voice is calm and devoid of emotion, as if she's merely stating an objective fact. I thought you might need some time to adjust. We're on a mission. We don't have time for emotional processing. Besides, I don't feel discouraged. When I lost to you back then, I was discouraged for years. The technological advancement of doll frames is inevitable. I'm already counting my blessings that Shaw's design has kept me at this level even after 10 years. Imagine you upgrade her to a third gen frame. Curb stomp everyone. I think if you upgrade her or Klukai to a third gen frame, curb stomps everyone. I think right now, the list of power probably goes Voimostina at number 1. This is for second gens only. Voimostina, maybe Alva, and then these are the ones I'm uncertain about their ranking, but they are like these next slots. Klukai, Leva, some of the other second gens that were produced, that's alongside the third gens, like Rebella. I know Rebella's a third gen, but she has some teammates that are also really powerful that are second gens. But yeah, I would say them. Voimostina pauses, then continues in the same even tone. Even if my frame is no longer the strongest, I am still AK-15. I am still a member of Task Force Defy. That's a sick name for a task force. Alva shakes her head with a faint smile. I didn't expect me to be the one getting comforted. That's embarrassing. Alva looks up at Voyamastina's calm face and quickly regains her usual composure. I received messages from Kevin and from her. That doll is called Igla. She's a third-gen doll affiliated with the Girard group. Apparently, she holds the title of the strongest third-gen doll within the conglomerate. Not much, considering we've murdered all the other ones of them. This doesn't change our course of action. Is the plan still viable? Carrying O43 comes with too many unprecedented risks, so I want to make some adjustments to the plan. Alva sends her revised plan to Voymastina, who frowns slightly as she reads it. The sewer system was indeed a blind spot that doll failed to notice at first. But judging from the command capability she demonstrated, encircling this area and tightening the perimeter is only a matter of time once she reorganizes and coordinates her forces. Still, we successfully broke contact. Your decision was correct. For now. No matter how complex this system gets, it's still a finite space with predictable entrances and exits. So I've decided to abandon the plan of handing O43 over to Kevin for extraction. Lviv's security alert is already high, and it's better for everyone if he stays alive. Carrying O43 while executing your plan is too risky. Our mission should take absolute priority. The container can be handed over to Numpha. I didn't want to bring this up, but I specifically had her look into O43, and the conclusion was that the Girard Group's president, Oleg Girard, had already reached a cooperation agreement with Numpha. That explains why Numpha would deliberately send O43, component of Project Eden, and something that could fairly be called a dangerous object, to Lviv. Right to Girard. They're involved too? No, Numpha's corrupt! Oh. There are no companies that are not corrupt now. We know some people in the companies that are not corrupt, but all the companies are corrupt now. What the freak? No, I don't think it goes that far, at least. I trust they're conscious. But it also is a fact that Numpha and Girard have reached a consensus. They work for Numpha, but they don't represent Numpha. The Numpha has no reason to cover for the Girard group. Admittedly, this is only a possibility, and I judge it more likely that this so-called cooperation is the Girard group offering allegiance to Numpha to avoid becoming a scapegoat. This is such a complex web of... I don't want to say politics, but politics. But for safety reasons, we can't place our trust lightly in Numpha as an organization without concrete intelligence. That's also what she thinks. Because I don't think they entirely trust us either, because they haven't met us. I don't think. I think we need her to make the call. Your plan's too risky. At the very least, she should provide intelligence support. Alva lets out a sigh. I don't want to disturb her, not just out of safety concerns, but also because this is a critical moment. She might just be one step away from uncovering conglomerates and Pradius' inner workings. Can't drag her down. Say we nuke everyone. That's hard when they're spread across multiple countries. But yeah, I agree. I agree nuking everyone would be the most efficient option. Effective? No. Efficient? Yeah. But considering we literally had basically the power of a sun. How was it described? It was described as two suns merging, I think. That was when Groza activated her thing, and then she fought that third-gen doll and basically exploded herself, so a black hole? Yep. Gotta go make blueberry cheesecake? Send pictures in the food channel, please. That sounds so good. Have fun. Okay. Okay. North, I might be back online later. I might be back when you're done, and I might play community games later today. Oh, my voice is seriously getting shot. I might play games later today. I don't know, but I'll tell you if I do. How much do we think it's Dandelion? That's the her. An anti-proton bomb. I mean, it would solve issues, I guess. But right now, there really isn't a better option. I suppose I can ask her to provide that person's precise location. It's just a single set of coordinates. It should take no time at all. Though they're definitely talking about us. At this point, going straight for the kill... Oh, never mind. I hope that's not us, actually. Is our best chance in a way the enemy doesn't anticipate. Are they gonna try and kill, whatever the freak's name is? I forgot her name. Agreed. Alva takes out the cube-like communicator once more. Voimastina watches her quietly, then she suddenly pipes up, and we wouldn't have to worry about multiple people in different locations. Well, okay, so modern day, we are dealing with people in Germany, Ukraine, Odessa's in Ukraine, right? Odessa's southern Ukraine. Yeah, okay, southern Ukraine, near the Black Sea. Okay, that's what I thought. Here. Okay, here's an interesting map. Here's the images of all the zones. They're the red, yellow, and green zones. So red zones basically make instantly dead. Yellow zones probably say 75% of the population dies, and green zones are better. This one doesn't show white zones, though. Wanted to find a map of, like, all the central points. Yeah, so you're looking at this. So you've got Neo-Soviet Union over here. We're currently operating in Lviv, so we're... Oh, shoot. I need to find this location. I can't remember. Let me pull up another browser. Is that gonna... No, you guys don't see that. Okay. Second. Okay. So we are currently operating like right here. We also have operations taking place down here and basically through this line right here. You can see here. So we're operating in the eastern district of the new westward movement. when we get into NUSSR territory. So we have Odessa here. To put that into perspective, Odessa is right there. And these are the different zones. So we're basically operating in modern-day Ukraine with different teams in different places. We have different, we have Kyiv over here, like right in this area, right? And so you're basically going back to that red, green. I guess this isn't entirely accurate because it's not. Yeah. It's a bit outdated. Because this is, as of last game. So yeah. That is what you are looking at with... we don't know the, status of these states, but yeah, we're mostly operating in Ukraine, which is now part of the Neo-Soviet Union after World War III. And this is of the 2060s, so this is outdated slightly. So yeah. Voimestina watches her quietly, then suddenly pipes up. What if you turn it to the right position? What, if you turn it to the right position, the cube starts talking? Of course not. It's based on hexadecimal algorithmic logic encryption with physical link pathways added to increase isolation and security. Alva looks up. Wait, did you just try and crack a joke? Are you worried about me? Actually, while the ad break's going, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Okay, be right back. I'm back. Voimestina closes her eyes. Oh, I think she'd be pleased to know that you've developed a sense of humor. She'd just laugh at me. Voimistina falls silent again, looking decidedly sullen. Alva gently shakes her head, her lips curl up in a small smile, and redirects her attention to the cube. The cube. She flexes her fingers. Micro data ports extend from her fingertips and connect precisely to the terminal's secure interface. With another flex of her fingers, hair-thin auxiliary digits emerge and insert themselves in the cube as if they had a mind of their own. Data flow through the auxiliary digits and interface with Alva's neural cloud. Voimistina watches silently, periodically scanning both sides of the tunnel with her wolf eye. Psst. Beep. The cube gradually lights up. The link on the other end has been successfully established. Voimistina casts a questioning glance at Alva but remains silent. After several seconds of processing, Alva finally speaks. Why the fuck is he whistling? Can he shut up? One sec. After several seconds of processing, Alva finally speaks. I need a vodka. A relatable Alva. Oh, that's the code. Voimistina frowns. She suppresses the urge to question Alva about what is going on while looking back and forth between the communicator and Alva's tightly knit brows. After a long silence, Voimistina finally decides to ask. But at that very moment, the light in Alva's eyes abruptly goes dark and the auxiliary digits extending from her fingers retract. Pop! The cube drops to the ground, producing a crisp and muted blast as its built-in emergency self-destruct protocol wipes everything. The signal was intercepted and traced. Before Voimistina can ask, Alva's already delivered a concise status report. Her expression turns grim. After only a brief pause, she rises swiftly and starts moving in a certain direction. I've obtained the coordinates, but our position's exposed. We need to advance deeper into the tunnels. Understood. Voimistina replies tersely with no superfluous words. She quickly grabs O-43's container and adjusts its position for optimal ease of carrying. ... That's a lot of ellipses. Inside a highly integrated tactical command room, rows of display screens cast a blue glow over the faces of technicians at work. The hum of data analysis streams and communications monitoring equipment weaves together into the district tension of a battlefield. Beep. Ma'am, target comm signal tracking interrupted after 1.24 seconds. 1.24 seconds. Quite a fast reaction time. Impressive. Igla stands elegantly before main control console. Her brand new uniform is immaculate with not a wrinkle in sight, her movements unhurried, as if she's enjoying a refined performance. Yo, it's the crossdresser. Igla, right, that's her name. Preliminary signal analysis indicates that the signal source connected to that all appears to be located within the group's internal network. That is indeed a logical inference. Of course it would be internal. You already knew? Consider the encirclement operation. We made the most thorough arrangements and plans possible. We even employed certain special technologies that cannot be disclosed to the public. Yet even under those circumstances, our operation still went awry. Tell me, what would be an appropriate explanation for that? Indeed, by all logic, with all plans in deployment so complete, the operation should have been watertight. The operation was never disclosed externally, but within the group, a small number of specified personnel did have access to it. For testing purposes, there were individuals with varying degrees of possible foreknowledge. In such a situation, what is the simplest conclusion? There's a mole. An internal information leak? A remarkably accurate description. Igla turns gracefully toward her command position. She folds her hands atop the desk, her posture composed and dignified. Her gaze settles on the sewer's topographical map, continuously updated on the display, and the search perimeter that is steadily shrinking. Her expression is calm as still water, yet deep within her eyes flickers a light much like Alva's when she enters analytical mode. A traitor or a long-embedded spy? How long have they been lurking? How much critical intelligence have they obtained? And how much has already been passed on? Eagle's gaze remains serene and courteous, but anyone who knows her can sense the restrained anger beneath the elegant facade. This may be an unnecessary question, but please indulge me anyway. Can that internal signal source be traced? No, it can't. The cutoff was too fast. We didn't have time to trace it back. As expected. Eagle gives the security officer a polite nod and steps out of the command room. She takes out an exquisite-looking communicator, frowns slightly, and presses the call button. Well, there's my dear Lady Eagle. Took you long enough to contact me. So did you mess up? What you wanted was taken. We're in pursuit. Just like I predicted, huh? And you refused to believe me. What a shame. We should have made a bet or something. I just looked at your throne. What? Oh, that? Actually, do some research on that. It is not that. It's not that. It is apt for the description given. Eagle's frown deepens. She reins in her emotions and continues speaking into the communicator. I've already identified the location of the container. Just as you anticipated, the dolls who came to seize it are indeed Task Force Defy. Oh my, those two are anything but easy opponents. Even if you're the strongest, they're gentle. You seriously shouldn't underestimate them. You flatter me. Now respond with full and thorough preparations. You gonna change the colors? Yeah. I mean, like, you have to have a base for something. Right. So yeah, I'd change them. I'd have to research what works well on Fox. But I guarantee it's possible. I don't even know where the container is. How would I trade? Oh, hang on. Didn't you just say you found its location? Indeed. We intercepted their external communications. We can now determine proximate coordinates. The sewers they're in should all be equipped with signal amplifiers installed by Girard Group. I believe you could use them to forcibly establish a connection with the container. That's true. Hold on, I'll get right on it. So it can be blue and purple. I don't know what you mean by purple, but... Also, let's cause them some extra hassle while we're at it. Hassle? They may be powerful, but even they're bound to be thrown off by something like this, right? Something like what? In any case, this should slow them down. Now it's up to the strongest third gen to go and catch them. We got more Paradius scumbags. Oh, or just one allied? Okay. Freaking easy dubs. Hold on. No way, I just accidentally killed all of them. Okay, I didn't. The dull sound of dripping water echoes through the empty sewer passageways. The metal walls, once refined by meticulously engineering, are now marred with scorched black marks left by ammunition, clearly recording the firefight that took place not long ago. The air, once heavy with disinfectant, now carries a faint sense of gunpowder, a reminder of what was just unfolded. Alva and Voimastina sit with their backs against the wall. Their combat suits are already soaked through, punctured by several fresh bullet holes. A silver-gray pod lies quietly nearby. Despite the fierce battle, its surface bears not a single scratch. Voimastina remains silent as she methodically checks her weapon. The metal rustles and clatters occasionally while she works the parts. Alva fiddles with a slightly singed lock of hair between her fingers, thinking about their next move. Even as the enemy closes in again and again, she maintains her composure, as if all of this has already been accounted for in calculations. The silence continues until Voimistina finishes checking her weapon. She looks up at her partner, her tone calm yet resolute. Destroy it. What? Alpha freezes for a moment, clearly not understanding what her partner has abruptly uttered. According to your plan, we can't be 100% sure that we can hold on to the container. The container shows our movement and drags down the efficiency of our operation. And if it's seized by Girard, the risks would be immeasurable. Voimistina glances toward the pod line not far away. If we destroy it, we increase our mobility and accelerate the execution of the plan, while cutting off Paradis' ability to complete Project Eden. That is the most rational choice. Here's our person inside there, though. Voimistina puts forth her argument grimly. She seems to have anticipated Alva's reluctance, but she speaks her mind anyway. No. Just as Voimistina expected, Alva rejects her proposal outright. It has always been this way. Sometimes Alva accepts Voimistina's suggestions, sometimes she does not. 10 years have passed. Alva is no longer the doll she once was. Now, not even she can easily sway Alva's decisions. Alva gazes at Voimistina somberly. In the past, she could never read Voimistina's thoughts. Standing before her, Alva would feel nothing but unease, as if facing a slab of cold steel. But in time, she finally understands why she always calls Voimistina an open book. Her emotions are simple and straightforward. I understand your reasoning, but this isn't how we do things. Besides, the exact nature of Project Eden remains an unknown variable. O43 is a core component, yet her concrete functions and role are still unclear. Even her intelligence network can't provide complete data. Destroying rashly would trigger unpredictable chain reactions. I believe the risk of destroying it is lower than the risk of failing the mission, or Girard reclaiming it. Alva remains patient. No matter what function she serves as O43, or what role she plays in whatever plan, she herself is just an innocent little girl who knows nothing of the world. Someone with morals, yippee! Whatever Paradis or Girard intends to use her for, she herself is blameless. Do you remember how we met Anna? The mission went RP. When I formally rejoined the unit, a submarine base, failed subject among Paradis' experiments. We and Ange found her along with the other sisters. Ange chose to save them. It was her choice, and it was Task Defy's choice. We cannot lay hands on innocent civilians, Voimistina. That goes against the very reason we're doing this. If you believe saving people comes first, then we can abandon the mission and have Kevin extract us. We won't get another chance. Then the conclusion is obvious. We have a mission that must be completed, and with our current capabilities, we cannot secure this container. If Paradis reclaims it, then the suffering she will endure will far exceed what she's facing now. Destroying her is mercy. Destroy her! Destroy her! Helena's out of the box. The debate suddenly is interrupted by a clear, childish voice coming straight from between the two of them. Both of them startle at the same time, instinctively jumping to their feet in a combat stance as they turn toward the source of the voice. The silver gray pod has been sitting quietly nearby and is somehow opened. A doll-like little girl steps out. Behind her, the pod itself splits into countless tiny components, which then regroup into 3 spherical clusters. Drawn together by a force that appears to be magnetism, they form 3 metallic orbs that float around the girl's side. A small figure peeks out from behind those metal spheres, waving her tiny fists as she shouts. Alva recognizes her. This is Helena, the immune individual designated O43 mentioned in the files. Her expression is innocent and bright, clearly unaware of what those words mean to Alva, Voimistina, or even herself. How? That sounds so cool! Commander, what does destroy mean? Commander? Where are we? Who are you? Looking around, everything she sees is vastly different from what she last remembered, and a surge of fear threatens to overwhelm her. When she notices the 2 dolls watching her, she quickly retreats several steps. The 3 metallic orbs immediately reconfigure into a simple barrier, partially shielding her body and leaving only a pair of wary eyes exposed. What's going on? The pod should only open with a special sequence. Or was it open, or it was opened remotely by force? Oh, I see what they did. The enemy can clearly connect to her. I believe the risk level is now unacceptably high. I think it remains controllable. We need to continue protecting her. Helena stays on guard behind the metal barrier, her gaze darting back and forth between the two as if assessing the threat. The 3 metal orbs vibrate faintly, ready to react defensively or offensively at any moment. As Voimistina's wolf eye attempts to scan Helena and the spheres, the system displays flooded with error messages of failed analysis. She pays it little mind. This has not been a rare occurrence in the past 10 years. She takes a small step forward, intending to investigate further, but the movement immediately triggers Helena's alarm. Don't move! Helena's voice is filled with fear, yet edged with threat. The 3 metal orbs instantly shift into a more aggressive formation. A flood of warning alerts erupt in Wolfeye, and Voimistina is uncharacteristically frozen in place. Voimistina, remain still. She seems extremely sensitive to our movements, especially yours. Voimistina halts, looking at the clearly overstressed little girl who has become bemusement. Helena. Alva speaks up, deliberately softening her tone in an attempt to lower Helena's guard. We won't hurt you. We're helping protect you. Liar! You don't look like good people. The metal orbs shake more violently, reflecting her emotional instability. It's true that we took you away from where you were before, but it was for your own safety. Alva's brow furrows slightly as she comes to a sudden realization. Alright. The commander asked us to look after you. Commander? No, she's so easy to convince. Helena's attitude softens a little. The glow of energy within the 3 metal orbs dims, though she remains highly alert. You're lying. Where is he? He will come to pick you up later. He has to handle an important mission right now, so don't worry, okay? Really? Yes. When the time comes, you'll be able to go back to the Elmo. Both of us are dolls who have served under the commander before. Please believe us. Oh, Voimistina's served under us before? Or is she lying? Helena lowers the hand she's been holding up in front of herself. The metal orbs descend as well, no longer looking ready to fire. Do you remember what happened before? There's a place like a mine, an underground ritual site. Do you remember what happened there? Don't ask her to remember. Roll 1, don't ask Helena to remember anything. Helena tilts her head, clearly not understanding what Alva means. Alva thinks for a moment, then decides to try a different angle. Do you know what Project Eden is? Flashbacks. Helena's body stiffens at the mere mention of it. The metal orbs floating around abruptly freeze in place. Eden, no, don't say it. Alva clearly sees the pure terror flash across Helena's eyes. The little girl clenches her fists. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably, faint whispers of fear escaping. I'm not going back to that place. No. Voimistina registers Helena's fear, but she lacks experience in dealing with such emotional outbursts. She maintains her guard while turning her head slightly towards Alva. It's okay. We won't let anyone take you back to that place. Alva gently comforts the little girl with far more practice. She cautiously extends her hand and takes hold of Helena's. Though it's only biometric, her physical warmth is clearly transmitted to Helena's palm. I promise. Really? Of course. Want to make a pinky promise? Pinky promise? Like this. Once we hook pinkies, we have to keep our promise. Alva hooks her little finger around Helena's. You're really scared of this project, aren't you? Helena, whose emotions have just begun to settle, visibly tenses up again when Alva brings up Project Eden once more. She shakes off Alva's hand and stumbles backward several steps. He did bad. Helena, Instead of chasing after her, Alpha stays crouched where she is and continues to speak softly and patiently. We think so too. It's a terrible thing. Hold on. That's why we want to stop it. But if we don't know what it is, we can't stop it. If you know, could you please tell us? Please. Strange. Strange. A strange woman. She wants to open the door. Open the door? What door? Just as Alpha's about to press further, in an instant, boom! A thunderous explosion erupts from deep within the passage, shattering the suffocating silence and cutting off Alpha's thoughts. The shockwave, carrying rubble and debris, spreads rapidly through the tunnel, causing visible structural damage. Multiple walls are blown through, forming irregular holes as stones and dust rain in thick clouds. Hana lets out a terrified scream. The three metal orbs emit erratic, high-frequency vibrations, clearly entering emergency defense mode. Voimastina turns toward the source of the explosion, instantly entering full alert. Wolfeye activates wide-spectrum scanning, attempting to assess the threat level of the approaching enemy. The search team has set off our trap. Fall back. Oh, they set up a trap. The hunted becomes the hunter. Hunted becomes the hunter. Yep. Withdrawal point marked. Got it. Be careful. I'll protect the objective. Okay, let's evacuate all of them so it's quicker to just kill everyone. Okay. Nice. In the narrow passage, the sound of flowing water is completely drowned out by movement. In its place are three distinct sets of footsteps, along with breathing rhythms distorted by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks. With the metal structure layers penetrated, the reinforced concrete underneath becomes exposed. Craters and burn marks from thermal weapons form an irregular pattern. Spent casings and debris of the wall litter the ground in chaotic disarray. A few emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the exhausted figures of Alva and Voimastina. Helena keeps a safe distance from Voimastina. The metal orbs hover around her, forming a mobile defensive barrier. However, she now at least knows Voimastina to move within a 3-meter radius without triggering a defensive response. Her body language still shows caution, but the hostility in her eyes has lessened. Voimastina suddenly halts and turns back the way they came, Wolfseye activating its remote acoustic analysis module. The advance of pursuing forces is precisely captured and analyzed, indicating they're closing in step by step into tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds are coming from the other tunnels as well. The enemy has likely pinpointed their location and formed an encirclement. Voimastina casually peels off the severed limb of a combat automaton still clinging to her, then touches the broken military knife at her waist, with only the hilt remaining. With her current combat parameters, breaking through the outer blockade is theoretically possible. However, if the third gen, known as Igla, arrives on the scene and engages them in a direct confrontation, Voimastina will not be able to cover Alva and protect Helena. Voimastina? What is it? Alva notices her partner has stopped. Standing a few steps ahead, she turns back with a questioning look. Igla's coming. I'll hold her off. Voimastina's voice is low and resolute. She's coming, huh? Alva considers this briefly. You take Helena and break through the encirclement. No, I'll defeat her, then you proceed with your plan. Voimastina stubbornly stands her ground, not accepting Alva's decision as readily as she usually does. Alva doesn't argue right away. She falls silent for a few seconds, a complex light flickering through her eyes. Her expression sharpens with unusual focus as she turns her head, clearly thinking of something through. Your assessment is correct. I agree. But I need to revise one key parameter. Key parameter. Someone does need to defeat that third-gen doll. But the one who needs to do it is me, not you. Give me 1 second. Voimastina's eyes widen in extreme confusion and dissent. The decision completely overturns their decade-long division of roles and operational patterns, exceeding every tactical plan she's preloaded. Voimastina finds herself paralyzed. She wants to voice further objections, but her available vocabulary fails to produce an appropriate way to express them. The parameters are rational. I'm the combat type unit. Exactly, which is why you're the best choice to protect Helena. And I'm counting on you to deliver the final breakthrough. The lab is directly above us. Wait for my signal. Alva's eyes flash with resolve and unquestionable confidence. Voimastina understands that, at this moment, she has no choice but to trust and obey. Alright. Alva nods to Voimastina, then walks over to Helena and gently strokes her hair to calm her. She points at Voimastina and speaks as softly as she can. This lady here may look scary, but she's actually a very kind and gentle doll. She'll take you to find the commander. You have to stay very close to her, okay? Okay. Helena's still highly wary of Voimastina, but sensing the urgency of the situation, she carefully trots along behind her. Voimastina leads Helena off in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she turns back and says to Alva, "Good hunting." Alva checks her chamber, plants herself firmly in the very center of the passage, waiting for the arrival of the strongest doll. Oh. Sharp click of high heels striking concrete echo through the hollow passageway. Surrounded by a cluster of combat automatons, the doll approaches from the distance with unhurried grace. Eagle's steps are calm and rhythmic, her arms folded neatly before her chest. A finely designed tactical rapier hangs from her waist, an air of elegance utterly out of the place in the environment that radiates from her. It's so quiet. Hold on. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, my roommate is finally gone again, so I can continue actually giving an attempt to voice acting. When she spots Alva standing alone at the center of the passageway from afar, a flicker of surprise crosses her face. What an unexpected arrangement. When she reaches a distance of about 15 steps from Alva, she comes to a stop, her posture straight and composed, as if greeting a guest. Behind her, the combat automatons immediately spread into a standard tactical formation, weapons trained on Alva, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Igla raises one hand, casually halting them. I assume you are the one covering the other's retreat after much careful deliberation. Alva remains silent, offering no response to the seemingly offhand question. Just as she's anticipated, the third-gen doll before her possesses not only exceptional combat ability, but also sharp analytical and observational skills. I understand the implication for this tactical decision. Though you lack frontline combat capability, you clearly possess the admirable quality of being willing to sacrifice yourself for your team. Such spirit is truly worthy of respect. Igla gives a light, polite clap. Alva still says nothing. In this situation, every second of delay is precious time bought for Voimestina's retreat. Since the other party is willing to spend time on this exchange, Alva is more than happy to oblige. In consideration of your courage, please allow me to offer a small courtesy. I am willing to wait here for 1 full minute and refrain from any pursuit.
1 minute. as a gesture of respect for your noble conduct.
Frickin' weirdo. To be frank, if I were not obliged to recover the cargo you two had been taken as quickly as possible, I'd go far beyond this to show my respect. So beneath that elegant exterior lies such arrogance. Alva studies the doll's exquisite face as her index finger lightly brushes her trigger on her weapon twice. It's a rare opportunity, isn't it? After all, it's an honor to me as well, being able to converse face-to-face with a member of the legendary Task Force Defy. I've had the privilege of studying some of your tactical records. Though the material is quite limited due to your outstanding concealment capabilities, it was enough to earn my genuine admiration of Task Force Defy. As a second-gen doll, AK-15's performance is indeed impressive. The same goes for AK-12, the leader of the task force, and if memory serves, there's also a doll who truly embodied the word defy. Even among the latest generation of tactical dolls, there are only a handful who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Do forgive my rudeness, but you are? My name is Alva. Ah, yes, of course, Alva. AN-94, AK-12's Tactical Support Unit. Please forgive my oversight. Only someone like me, who takes a special interest in Task Force Defy, would be familiar with every single member. Excellence is a quality worthy of admiration, and Task Force Defy is undoubtedly its exemplar. However, if you'll pardon my frankness, I've always been curious. How does a doll like you find her place within such an elite team, one defined by excellence? Alva purses her lips briefly. You really do seem to know quite a great deal about us. Your praise is an honor. Igla inclines her head graciously in response. Outstanding dolls always earn my sincere respect and attention. They deserve such recognition. And Task Force Defy's reputation is indeed impossible to ignore. We have indeed garnered a reputation since 10 years ago, after what happened in Frankfurt. That's why we abandoned our old code names, aliases, and other identities. Our concealment lost all meaning. As for me, you're right. I'm the weakest one on the team. Your candor is admirable. In that case, I can't help but ask, why didn't you choose to retreat? We gave you ample buffer time. From a purely tactical standpoint, you could have escaped. I have no particular interest in you personally. What I truly look forward to is an exchange with AK-15. Or do you believe you possess a character that makes you my equal? No, she's so arrogant. I want to try. A faint, unfathomable smile appears at the corner of Alva's lips. Her tone carries a subtle confidence. And by my assessment, your character doesn't seem all that compatible with the rest of my team. Perhaps only someone like me, the weakest doll, could be bothered to have an exchange with you. Yeah! Insult her ass. Igla remains her flawless smile, but a chill flickers deep within her eyes. Her expression shows no obvious change, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. Igla adjusts her stance and lightly smooths out her sleeve. Your confidence is impressive. It seems you hold a rather unique evaluation of your own abilities. In that case, please allow me to personally verify the basis of that confidence. She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway. She finally unfolds her arms. With her left hand, she draws the finely crafted tactical rapier from her waist, and with her right produces a beautifully made pistol of silver and gold. Igla's subordinates also raise their weapons and take aim at Alva. Please wait. But Igla once again lifts a hand to halt them, her gaze never leaving Alva. I wish to savor this alone. Your arrogance will one day be your downfall. That day might not be today, but damn it, it will come. Oh, just curious. Yeah, I do want spoilers. Ah, yes. At least we fight her in 1.5. The dull sound of dripping water echoes rhythmically through the empty passageway. The sewer branch lies far enough from the previous main battlefield that it is temporarily free from direct pursuit, forming a short-lived buffer zone. A few damaged emergency lights flicker at irregular intervals, providing only minimal visibility. Voimastina settles Helena into a concealed spot at a bend in the passageway. She herself stands against the wall, scanning the surroundings while initiating a rapid system of self-diagnostic. Helena's metal spheres hover around her in a defensive formation, her wary gaze tracking every movement Voimastina makes. She keeps the maximum safe distance from Voimastina. With Alva absent, her tension and vigilance are clearly heightened. Voimastina looks at Helena, her expression inscrutable. She lets out a soft sigh and drives a fist into the wall. Thunk! The dull impact reverberates through the passageway. The metal structure densely visibly at once. The concrete layer beneath fractures and a cloud of dust erupts from the point of impact. Startled, Helena immediately snaps her 3 metal spheres together into a shield. Her body tenses, fear and defensiveness filling her eyes, ready to respond at any perceived threat. She looks ready to open fire if Voimastina makes even one more strange move. Voimastina notices Helena's reaction. Her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Her systems contain no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. She has never been good at this, and it has never been her responsibility. She looks at Helena, her neural cloud in disarray. Without Alva's guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. Voimastina exhales slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Although she understands Alva's plan, the plan itself carries extremely high risk of failure. If it were only the 2 of them, even with that risk, it would still be manageable. But now there is this being right in front of her. She must consider that even the slightest misstep during the operation could result in O43 inevitably falling back into the hands of Gerard Group and Paradius. The current task force defies, she is unquestionably troubled as well as a burden. Oh, okay. Voimastina's assessment has not changed. Directly destroying O43 is still the most efficient and most thorough solution. Voimastina's gaze shifts slowly to Helena. If she destroys her on the spot, Gerard Group and Paradise's Project Eden will permanently lose this key component. No matter what role O43 plays, they'll be forced to seek other alternatives. And judging by the urgency and intensity of their encirclement and pursuit, O43's role is clearly not easily replaceable. Discarding this burden would allow her to better leverage her own capabilities to assist Alva in completing the objective. She could even turn back and help Alva deal with Igla directly, completing the operation as originally intended. So their original operation is to kill Igla. From every angle, this is the most rational decision. All she has to do is eliminate her right here. Helena remains on guard, but the defensive formation of the metal spheres loosens slightly. Alongside fear, a trace of cautious observation appears on her face. She's highly sensitive to the changes in emotion and atmosphere.
You're not going to do anything to me, are you?
The simple question is like a key unlocking something sealed deep within Voimastina's neural cloud. She closes her eyes.
I have really powerful orbs, you know.
Helena spreads the metal spheres protectively in front of herself with bravado. No. Voimastina's answer is short but direct. I promised her, so I will protect you. At the same time, the tension in her frame subtly eases.
Will she come back?
Helena is clearly referring to Alva. Though wary of both of them, Alva's more kindly demeanor seems to have formed a foundation of trust between them. She will. Voimastina's reply contains no hesitation, as though stating an established fact rather than a hope or guess. She slowly lowers her hand, resolve settling in. She's a member of Task Force Defy. She will always fulfill her promises. Voimastina's wolf eye performs a full-spectrum scan. When she's confirmed that the surroundings are temporarily safe, she retrieves a small device from her tactical pack and starts fiddling with it.
Oh, what's that?
Helena's question still carries caution, but now there's a hint of curiosity. The metal spheres remain in a defensive state, though no longer poised to attack. A communicator. Voimastina answers curtly as she continues to tune the device.
Communicator? Doesn't look like one. Jammer?
Voimastina glances at Helena, mildly surprised that she knows such a technical term. This is different.
Different?
Yes. Voimastina answers each of the girls' questions, but unlike Alva's patient way of doing it, it is with an air of indifference toward both the conversation and her interlocutor, responding almost robotically. Even so, for her, this is already remarkable progress. To Helena, Voimestina's blunt manner of speech is unexpectedly reassuring. The two of them continue to talk in short, fragmented exchanges. You will destroy Eden? Yes. You have a plan? Mm-hmm. Voimestina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Helena takes a step forward. She still maintains a safe distance, but the subtle approach signals the beginning of tentative trust. Voimestina watches Helena's cautious advance and recalls what her former partner would do in situations like this. Why are they just sitting here? After a moment's thought, she reaches out and places her hand on Helena's small head. Whoosh. Like a startled cat, Helena instantly recoils and darts back behind cover. Voimestina decides to stop forcing herself to do things she is bad at. We need to move. This place isn't safe.
Move? Where?
Though hiding from Voimestina, Helena continues to converse. To complete the mission. Voimestina replies curtly as she stands up and prepares to carry out Alva's plan. Helena hesitates, then follows behind her, still cautious but no longer openly hostile. Between these two very different figures, a subtle trust seems to be quietly taking root. Aww. Stay close. Voimestina suddenly bursts this out. Her stone is as stiff as ever, but the words themselves carry a promise. Helena does not respond, and she simply follows along in silence. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short, move on wordlessly, one behind the other. Off to 1.5. Hare male. Yeah, let's take a look at how long 1.5 is. I can assess if I want to start it. My roommate just said he's going somewhere for a bit, so I think I theoretically could. But I also theoretically could go get dinner, shower, even though I'm not hungry. That to the dinner part, to the shower part. And then come back, and then we can do some community games or gachas or whatever, and just stuff. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? No, I can assess generally how long it'll be. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna look it up. What is this? Corposant GFL2 1.5. Oh. Okay. Oh, goodness. Let me check how, like, much wandering this person does, but... Oh no, this is direct. This is no... What would I do if I told you guys it was 7 hours? 6.5. In practice, it'll be probably about 6.5. That's not even including combat. I mean, combat goes really quickly. And I finish ahead of pace for theory. So theory, in reality, it'll probably be 5.5, maybe 6. But I do not think... So you guys can choose right now. Since whatever releases in... You know what? If my roommate's gone tomorrow, I could do 1.5 tomorrow. That's only if he's gone. I have to bank on him being gone, and that's not a likely possibility. 6 recovery. I remember this. So this goes on until next month. The 1st of April. Wait. Next month is April, right? Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? 4 days and 12 hours, so releases at 6 a.m. on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't think we're doing this today. I don't... When it said 1.5, I assumed it'd be like, you know, half the length. But from what I just found, that is quite long. Yeah, so we're dealing with quite a long cycle there. We can do this. It doesn't give me percentages though, so I don't really know what to press. I kind of forgot how to do this. Dealing melee attacks, don't want to do that. Stability break. I think we do this one. Oh, what in the world are these choices? What the frig? Oh, everyone's capped at level 35. I see. Forgot about that. Could theoretically make it my goal to do one of these a day, but I'm not sure I would be able to actually execute that. Make it a goal though, if that helps. How much damage did that do? I'm guessing a decent amount. No. Why didn't the dude shoot? At least he's tanking. We're so low, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Kablooey! Kablooey! Kablooey!
なんてことない勝利だが、休む理由にはちょうどいいだろ。
Dull segment level. Okay. Oh, okay. That's cool. This one. Force replenishment. Give me Kluk Eye. That's not Kluk Eye. But also, it's not Kluk Eye. I'll take Tololo.
Ryokai. これは決意の重さだ。一掃します。
I feel really bad not finishing the story, though.
プラン実行早く絶対にみんなを守ります星々よこれがあなたの最後これならどうだ未来は定まった
Yeah, bursts of a little shorter stuff would be nice, but alas, beggars can't be choosers.
ちゃんと戦力配置を考えれば勝利への道は
Let's do this one. This one actually sounds really good. Sudden event. In random doll. Yes. All red. Suomi. Suomi would be good, but we gamble. Alas. How many passages are there? Does it just go until I die? I forgot. I think it might. Anyway, I don't want to end on an ad break, so...
みんなを守れるようになりたいです
It's a weird team, but it works for now.
これは決意の重さだ一掃します削除します絶対にみんなを守りますごめんな星々よごめんなこれがあなたのこれならどうだみんなのために未来は定まった
Yeah, we can do whatever. We can... I don't know. Not that I'm getting tired of GFL. I'd love to continue. I don't know that my voice is entirely in it, or if I have the energy to. I should have done this earlier, but I thought they were going to be much shorter, especially because there's 3 parts to this event, but alas, I blundered. Classic Eve blundering. Give me cookie. What? Vector? Vector works. I'll take Vector. Limited fortification. Increase segment level. Cool, cool. So everyone starts at 3. Purple ones start at 6. Cost 40? I thought it only cost like 30. Okay, you know what? I think Tololo. Perilous encounter. No, I didn't put Vector on the team. Oopsie poopsie.
これは決意の重さだ。一掃します。削除します。絶対にみんなを守ります。星々を。
Yeah, Vyahuggers are truly of the birds.
あなたの最後の輝き。みんなのために。未来は定まった。浅はかに行動を悔い改めなさい。未来は定まった。
Monk.
避けないんです。
Monk.
怪我しますよ。なんてことない勝利だが。
I too wish I could throw grenades through walls, but alas, skill issue. Skill issue Dio. One active skill exploits weakness, blah blah blah. Number 3. Oh yes, give me no bad. You suck. I hate you. You're so mean.
Ja, 始めよっか。これは決意の重さだ。一掃します。削除します。ご命令を。星々を。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。みんなのために。砕け散れ。逃げられるとでも。完了。くどんな知れ者め。未来は定まった。
This boss is abnormally tanky.
浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。星々を。完了。落ちた。隕石の逃げられると思うな。配置完了。射撃準備。ご命令を。そのまま消えて。あがいたところで無意味でしたよ。無駄もいいところですわ。
No, I'm just letting auto battle take care of it.
浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。ご命令を。星々を。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。みんなのために。砕け散れ。逃げられるとでも。未来は定まった。
We might fail this. I don't know.
削除します。
Theoretically, are we on pace? Yeah, theoretically we're on pace, but let's That's just a theory. Okay.
隕石のように
Thanks for watching.
戦うことは私の使命です。ご命令はそのまま消えて。あがいたところで無意味でしたよ。無駄もいいところですわ。これは決意の重さだ。避けないんですか。怪我しますよ。配置完了。射撃準備。逃げられると思うな。砕け散れ。はっ。ご命令は逃げられるけどね。逃げられると思うな。未来は定まった。未来は定まった。はっ。浅はかに行動を悔い改めなさい。ご命令を。星々よ。逃げられると思うな。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の。これならどうだ。みんなのために。そのまま消えて。あがいたところで無意味でしたよ。なんて無駄もいいところですわ。未来は定まった。はっ。星々よ。落ちて隕石のように。配置完了。射撃準備。砕け散れ。ご命令は逃げられるけどね。不穏な知れ者め。未来は定まった。一掃します。今です。ご命令を。星々よ。ご命令を。これが安らかになって。全部お前のせいだ。想定通りの勝利です。
Fatal ball. Ball? Says G. Another one. We're exiting that for now. We can upgrade. Ooh, crit rate plus 10. Shoot, that'll be good. But yeah, that is going to be it. I'm gonna go have dinner and shower. Had to share the news of my blunder. Anyway, yep, that is going to be it. So yeah, I'll be back in... That's not my phone, no. We can plan on an hour. I don't know. We'll see.
Yo.
あなたにとってのゴミは
Yippee.
私からすれば宝の山です。
That's a crazy outfit, I just realized. Wait, that's gonna be it. Let's see if there's somebody to raid. Who would it be?
Whether or not they have a spot.
Okay, let's see. Andy's just ending.
Hey, if you gotta cut him out to get that.
I pulled up her stream and she's like, no, I'm ending right now. It's funny, she was planning to raid me and I was planning to raid her. That's funny. That is funny. That's funny.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
This is.
You know what? We can raid, you know. Actually,
I know.
I want to do that when I have a lot of active people. Okay, hold on.
Like, whether or
Let me
not we
see.
got a spot.
Alright, we're just gonna end. I can't find anyone. I tried.
I
Alright.
saw his mom.
By the way, if you've been watching all this time, get up, stretch, get your blood flowing, go get something to drink. Remember to say hydrate, get good sleepies, get good moms, and we'll see you guys tonight, alright, in an hour or two for another stream. Probably community games, I'm not sure. I wanted to play more games with people. They weren't available yesterday, so we'll play tonight. Anyway, that's about it. Bye-bye. See ya. Peace. I'm out of here.